Here's what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN.
Jakonde ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde. Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activity
If you check your calendar, today is the 6th day in the month of March 2025. That means we've gone 6 days already into the month. Are you stock taking? Are you evaluating and assessing what you've done over the past 6 days? Well, not to put you under any pressure, just so you make good use of time. As I say, time waits for no one. I am Blessing AHA. This is the Front Burners, where we ignite conversations that will cause a change towards development. My co-hosts are here with me today and they're ready to serve you hot, as we always do on the show. Dr. Dausa Osamanze and Priya Kumale are the best versions of themselves this morning. Good morning, sir.
Blessing, good morning. Priya, good morning. Good Nigeria out there. We're here again.
Oh, yes, we are.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Priya.
Good morning to you, Dr. Idaosa. It's good to be here again.
All right, without wasting time, let's get on with the first segment of the show, which is something you don't want to miss with Swift Aderinto. She's looking very gentle this morning. I don't know if it has anything to do with the commencement of Lent. Maybe she'll tell us. Swift, over to you.
Jesus. Sorry, boss. Standing in the right place. Yes, ma'am. So be your authentic self yourself in the world that is always trying to shape you into someone else is the greatest accomplishment of all. My name is Swift Aderito, and this is something you don't want to miss. They say if you want to dream big, then you need to come to Lagos. Talking about giving dreams the opportunities to brew, the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has presented a certificate of approval to First Bank Group to commence the construction of the eco-friendly headquarters in Eco Atlantic City. Sanwo-Olu made the presentation during a speech at the groundbreaking ceremony held on Wednesday. The bank announced that it was constructing a 40-story building edifice set to be the tallest building in Nigeria. It described the project as an engineering and an environmental marvel, featuring technological, advanced, eco-friendly, sophisticated construction systems that will set new standards for financial services and all sectors in Nigeria and, of course, Africa. The ceremony was attended by the Vice President, Kashanu Shettima himself, the governors of Ogun and Ondo State, and of course, we have Dangote Industries owner Aliko Dangote himself. Well, I was invited, but as you know, I was reading the news, so I couldn't turn up. My second story, of course, they say if you want to copy correctly, or your state government seems to be copying correctly, as Seyi Makinde has approved the establishment of the Sovereign Wealth Fund for the state, a move aimed at ensuring economic stability, wealth, and creation of infrastructural development. It is key to note that states like Texas and New Mexico in America are all doing the same. In a statement, the Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Dr. Oyelede, has said that funds would be driving the economical growth through prudent investments and, you understand, revenue sources. Good one, sir. Like Fowles would say, well done, sir. In the words of Rick Ross, we're global. Talking about being global, Nigeria has officially joined the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. The addition brings the total numbers of EBRD shareholders to 77, comprising 75 national shareholders along the European Union and the European Investment Bank. Wale Edu, Nigeria's Minister for Finance, expressed optimism about this partnership, stating that Nigeria's membership of EBRD strengthens our drive for private sector-led growth and sustainable infrastructure and greener economy. They say to be the better version of yourself every day, you can only run your own race. My name is Swift Aderito, and let's go for a quick time out with the front burners. Of course, we have the absolutely gorgeous Blessing Oyepriye, the man who has all the facts, and of course, Doctor, the gentleman who's handsome and knows it all. See you on the other side.
Three wise men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Won't miss. It is news analysis on the front burners. Our first story we're looking at today is Nigeria joining the European Bank as the 77th shareholder. The federal government announced this, and it says it's a significant step that Nigeria officially joins the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development EBRD, paving the way for potential financial support and policy collaboration. This was announced by the Finance Minister. As he said, the membership will boost private sector growth and green investment, while EBRD President Odile Renaud Basso highlighted Nigeria's economic potential and the bank's role in fostering sustainable development. Should we say, well done, Nigeria, good one for you joined the Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Now, that association is supposed to enable Nigeria secure funds and also help in shaping policies that will result in economic development and help the construction sector in Nigeria. Doc.
Well, congratulations to Nigeria. We have the opportunity now to be a member of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and just as the name suggests, there's a whole lot to reconstruct and develop around Nigeria. But let it just be that it will not be that another just enterprise of borrowing more money, that it could be just investments to also make return as an additional source of income to the country. Because we cannot but keep emphasizing excessive borrowing is not good, no matter what it is. Some basic infrastructure are basically social issues that are not likely to provide money. And like one will always argue is, if there's a need to borrow wisely and ensure that what you are putting in is able to pay it back in a longer run. And I think that will just be the counsel for those who manage the economy. But being in the league of big boys is something that is good. You know, they said, tell me your friend and we can tell you the kind of person you are likely to be. If all the people who stick around you are billionaires, chances are that you are also a billionaire in the making. And I think that for me is what it is. Let's emulate Europe and see what they have done well. The best practices in terms of financing government projects and getting the best value for money. I hope we will learn all of what this as we make this journey in the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Well, sir, in order for Nigeria to secure fund, it has to be accepted. It requires formal acceptance by the majority of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development shareholders. So that will enable Nigeria to receive investment, receive funds, and also some policy advice. Do you worry regarding policy advice, being that this is not, or this will not be the first institution that would be offering that to Nigeria?
Okay, first of all, let's look at the core owners or runners of that particular bank, the European Union and the European Bank of Development, which is more like the central bank of the European Union countries. So there is a mandate that those banks are expected, to achieve. There's a mandate they've been given to achieve, and the purpose of that, of course, is to develop Europe and to make sure that policy direction favors Europe and the European countries. Nigeria coming into that space, I know, is only going to fit into the objective of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which helps transitioning economies, to build, operate and participate in their open market system, because the country, equally, one of the conditions is that they must have an open economy, which specify that it's going to be, of course, a capitalist economy and not entirely capitalist, and we practice mixed economy over here, and for the purpose of assisting entrepreneurial and private enterprise dealings in those countries. Of course, policy is there too. For the thing about policy is, this is international and bilateral agreement or relationship that is going to be governed by that. So the policies are going to come. Nigeria itself needs to be tactical to make sure that, because when we talk about international trade, it's quite a complex thing to to even achieve, even when countries come together and engage in it, because of the method of payment that should be used and the balance of payment, the import, the export, and the calculations of which may not give any country away. Every country is trying to protect themselves that, look, I don't want to operate in the negative balance of payment method. So who is going to be earning? What is going to go for what? And they are going to get those conditions from the International Chambers of Commerce, which sets out the objective and the conditions that both parties, the contract that both parties are bringing, is going to give a direct and a guiding light. But for Nigeria, I like the fact that we are in there. I know most persons or most people will be like, now that we are going in there, I know our objective there is not going to be like borrowing and all of that. When Nigeria finally becomes an operational destination, an operational state, like you spoke about, where we can start having physical investments, where the bank will come to Nigeria and to build the physical infrastructure, there's going to be lines. So, since we've been talking about objective, the purpose of our borrowing, so what are the plans we have in place pending, because we applied for it since 2023. Now we are coming in 2025. So what are the plans we have in place for infrastructural development, most especially not just infrastructure development or in building infrastructure or buildings that will become a liability to the country, but that will serve as a form, a nexus, a connection to capital investment and capital development. Those are what we should be looking at. I'm glad that we are there, but as it continues to unfold, we'll begin to get a direction on where and what the government wants to do. The government has spoken about the $1 trillion economy. So how are we going to achieve that? Is this also part of the plan? Those are the questions we should be asking. All right.
The reason I asked you if you have any worries regarding the policy advisory that might be coming from the EBRD is what we're saying regarding IMF and World Bank's advisory. So sometimes when there are policy initiatives from these multilateral institutions, it seems like the advice is based on a one-size-fits-all framework. And so, because it's not adapted to the peculiarities in the Nigerian economy or the economies of some African countries, it doesn't seem really to work well in the African economy. And it's sometimes the suggestions are not even supposed to work independently. They are supposed to have complementary policies that will enable that initiative to work very well. But in implementation, we find that they run solely, and so the benefit or the intended benefit does not really come to bear. Now, this is a bank that assists countries' transition in investment through policy reform and other financial support. So if they're going to be assisting with policy reform, does a bank initiative or does a bank framework align with what Nigeria believes in? Now, they are currently working with Ukraine, and they're also looking at helping countries transition to greener economies, inclusive economies, and digital economies. On the side of a greener economy, what is Nigeria's vision towards that? Are we also looking at moving the way the West is moving? I understand that the president has said that Nigeria is not going to transition by 2030 like the world or like the West is currently planning to. Our vision as a country is to transition by 2065. So that gives us like a lot of time. But what are the plans so that there are no, because it's a bank where we also get benefits of financial support, those support don't come with attachments or with strings that makes us to begin to bring on reforms that is premature, or the Nigerian economy is premature for, and at the end of the day, it does not really favor us. It serves the West and not really Nigeria.
Well, two things. I also think I need to make some few clarification. In the whole of Africa, the only institutions that gather data regularly is the World Bank. And so most of the policy options that you find from World Bank are actually most time a reflection of what the internal economy is doing. It's not as if they are designing a program from America and then superimposing it in Nigeria. There's an active World Bank office in Nigeria, and that office is consistently and daily collecting data. They are on the field. Even we as a country, we don't have data. And that's why even most times our government refer to World Bank data as the source of their data for analysis and the rest of it. So most time, and I think from policy perspective, it's just the fact that in social sciences you have different schools of thought. Some people feel something should be done this way. And what many development scholars have argued is the fact that do we need a bogus structure to survive? And being purely a market economy, you find that people are asking, if you're going to say you are asking for a facility, the bank who's giving you the facility also have the responsibility to defend a depositor's fund, because the money does not belong to World Bank. This money belongs to sovereign government. So when they are giving you this money, what is at the back of their mind is your ability to be able to pay back. And you can't say, okay, give me money to go and marry wife. Later, I will go and start farm, and then I'll pay back. World Bank will tell you that won't work. We want to see the farm first. So let the farm produce the money you are going to use to marry a wife. And most of the time, is the frivolities that is in the Africa that's actually conditioning the kind of policy suggestions that come from some of these multilateral institutions. But coming back to European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and that's why in my initial remark I just said that let it not be just we're joining this bank because we want to borrow money. And I think it should be much more than looking for funds to borrow. Yes, we'll find money to borrow, and it will be maybe at a single digit, being member of the board, because the board sits down to determine the feasibility of giving a loan to anybody. But most importantly is to also understand that this is a business venture that 77 entities are involved in, and they are looking out for market to see where they can put money, and then of course make profit from those money, which at the end of the year is shared as dividend to member country. So for me, it is the dividend part of it that is quite interesting, that while we are putting money in here, it becomes like a source of revenue for the country and not another source or a drain pipe, which will have to be servicing over the years. And I think as a country, there's so much that nature has endowed us with that we would need to put energy in developing rather than wholesale cap in hand looking forward to borrow money to do development projects. There are things that we can do in the immediate that can give us that leverage so that we don't need to necessarily have to borrow, and see this as an investment opportunity, not just because we want to borrow money and then we rush to go and join a European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
All right, let's leave that and wait to see the gains or benefits that will come from that. We're hoping that Nigeria is able to explore the right benefits from joining the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So the Nigerian Senate says that they've passed laws to position Nigeria for a $1 trillion economy by 2030. This was said by the Senate leader, Okpeyemi Bamidele, as he reaffirmed the Senate's commitment to passing key legislation that will propel the nation towards achieving a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Do we agree with that? We know that the new tax bill, is still hanging somewhere.
Yeah, beyond the tax bill that is hanging that has not been passed, yes, kudos to the 10th Assembly to a very large extent, and I think they are very objective in terms of the things that they do, and they are promised to also support Mr. President to ensure that the basic reforms that needs to really position the Nigeria economy is driven objectively. But most importantly for me, and I think that for us to be able to really reach that threshold of the $1 trillion economy, there are a few things that I feel that the Senate need to first and foremost put in place and legislate. First and foremost, let's even know the number that we are. And I think that is quite very important. That if we are able to determine the exact number that we are, and then we know that are we really 260 million, are we 200 or are we less, then that of course we are on the path to really achieving this goal. And I feel that more than ever before, I didn't see the provision on this year's budget to see if the census agency is prioritized to ensure that they deliver the census by this year 2025, and that will help us going forward. The National Assembly needs to prioritize that. The National Assembly needs to prioritize national identification projects. Yes, Mr. President said, okay, we want to do a new identification scheme. And I also want to see that, of course, National Assembly has given a nod to it. But then the oversight responsibility of ensuring that this take off in earnest, where actually the data of every Nigerian is captured, and we actually know where people are, what kind of business they do, and all of this are put into place, we will see that we are working towards that $1 trillion economy. Now, there's also the need to supervise. Yes, of course, we have seen Mr. President says all MDAs retire everything that you earn. But beyond retiring what they earn, the need for oversight on the MDA without necessarily putting a clog on the wheel of progress of this MDA is also very important from the National Assembly perspective, because that also will help aid us to know how much we're actually earning, that nobody is retaining any fund. And to be able to actualize that, the digitization of the Nigerian system become very, very paramount. And again, they must lend voice to what cost 46 of the Nigerian Institute for Policy and Strategic Study presented to the president, because for me, that is the way forward. An e-government, a government that has less human interference in terms of its operation, and then we can actually see how the economy is running. Once these are done, I think that we are really way beyond the $1 trillion economy. There's still more for Senate to do. They have done so well, but of course, like they say, the biggest room in the whole world is the room for improvement.
Okay, what area would you want improvement? And regarding the claim by the Senate leader that Nigeria has passed, the Senate has passed enough, that's done enough in the act of legislation to enable the achievement of the $1 trillion economy.
Okay, first of all, one thing peculiar to this administration, if you look very closely, is the initiative to make ambitious decisions. Some of them will take a toll on the people. Others will make other people to look at the administration that, oh, you're just trying to put a catchphrase out there for people to turn a second eye to look at you, that you are different from your predecessors. We've seen the ambition of trying to reduce the inflation from 34% to about 15%. That's half. And the Nigerians are still looking at that. And though I'm not counting the rebasing of the economy, and that will go to 25 or 27. Yeah. So, looking at that, a strong alliance between the National Assembly and the executive organ of government, it's in place, but of course it still needs to build. However, this will also require the National Assembly to have the temerity to talk to the executive arm of government objectively about its policies, its economic policies, on how to amend it, and not to suck up and just, be subservient to the executive arm of government and just approving and saying yes, sir, to everything because we have the majority in parliament and we all belong to a political party. A contrary opinion will be tagged as anti-party activities. Yes, ambitious policies. We've looked at and I also counter what we just discussed previously about the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development as part of the moves. Now, Mr. Bamidele, who is the Senate leader, receiving delegates from Europe and talking to them about this issue, it's laudable, and in its own self, it's a way to market Nigeria. So what are the things we need to do if we are going to really put ourselves out there as a $1 billion economy come the year 2030 or in the next 10 years? One of the things we have not, really put into consideration that we need to set as the groundwork to move rapidly is the restoration of power. Because if you do not have power, electric power, then any aspiration of making Nigeria a $1 billion economy will be stifled by the very, very difficult art of doing business in Nigeria, where you have investors spending so much money on overhead. It's going to be a very, very daunting task, and it's going to stifle that ambition of the $1 trillion economy. So we need to put electricity in place. Yes, we've recorded a success by saying, our non-export oil exportation, our non-export oil is taking a different dimension where we are moving up the ladder. But look, it doesn't mean we should become complacent about it. What else do we need to do about agriculture? What else do we need to do about the investors, the nano businesses, the informal sector that seem to suck up most of the unemployed persons? What else do we need to do? The power projects that we are talking about, using Lagos for example, it is growing every day, and the expansions is moving out. We are spreading our wings every time down to other states. So when we talk about power, are we deregulating that sector so that we can have others come to participate in the sector, for us to really expand our tentacles in there, so that we can have providers of this service to prospective industries and to prospective businesses that require power to operate? I don't think we are looking directly in that. What are we doing to digitize the BDC section of the economy, for which, like we spoke to an expert the other day, that a lot of activities with regards to round-tripping and fraudulent activities can be taking place in there because the CBN has not digitized that sector. We need to pay another attention at that. The solid mineral resources sector in the northern part of the country, Kogi State, we were told, has the vast majority of solid minerals in this country. We need to tap into that if we are going to actualize and put Nigeria in the right footing as a $1 trillion economy.
Okay, I commend the 10th Assembly, but I think that a lot of the legislation that has been done, or some of it, has not really been regarding the ones that to reform the economy and transform Nigeria to a $1 trillion economy have not really been the initiative of the National Assembly. Some of them have been executive bills that are being considered at the National Assembly. One of them is the new tax bill. They've also done, but there are some, they've also done their part, but there are some bills that have been initiated at the House that sometimes you wonder, like, is this the core issue that Nigeria should be dealing with? But having said that, I think the legislators will only do their bit in terms of passing bills and making legislations. But what do we do beyond that? So we need complementary efforts of the arms of government to ensure that we begin to see the effect of some of these bills that are being passed. And the delay too in the way the considerations happen, like the new tax bill, where there's been a back and forth, on it. Sometimes these delays hamper the time at which this effect of or the benefit of these bills are supposed to happen, which is not solely the fault of the National Assembly, because we understand the role that the Governors Forum had to play in the whole thing and how it's going slowly. We also talked about yesterday the bill that is being considered at the House of Rep, which scales second reading, that's to tackle the dichotomy between the BSc degree and the HND certificate. So some of these things need to happen very fast there, but we know that there are committees set up to look critically at some bills and then look at engage stakeholders more on it before they are passed. But I think beyond bills, beyond legislations, because if we look at it really, when we're talking about the 1 trillion economy, it is not really reforms as such that we are in need of. It's the enabling environment. There are policies that already exist. You've mentioned different sectors, the mining sector, agricultural sector, and so many other sectors. It's not really legislation that we need to make those sectors pick up. We need actual work to be done. If we're talking about the power sector, I don't think that there is legislation needed more to help that sector. We've already seen that the current investors or the current people who have taken over that sector, the discos for instance, are not really doing much as they should be doing in terms of investments. Now what do we need to do as a country to open up that sector so that there are more people coming in and then investment is coming into the sector? Then areas where it seemed like money is going into these parts of the economy, money is going into the sector, but we're not seeing much being done, like the generation and transmission area, and we keep hearing of collapse, the national grid collapse, TCN saying sometimes it's not collapse, it's stripping. What is happening in that area? Now that's where I need the Senate, the National Assembly to do more in terms of oversight functions, because they do have committees that are set up to look into certain areas. That's part of what they can be doing, because I think we have enough bills for now, or maybe enough legislation. So it shouldn't stop merely at legislation.
I don't think there are. You can't have law enough, and as long as
laws that we have already,
as long as society
the laws that we have
are
already
dynamic.
I'm not saying it's stop.
We don't also have the power to be able to see tomorrow, and I don't think many of us are Nostradamus who can see tomorrow.
I'm not saying it should stop, but I think that for now, the effort should not be more on bills, but rather on oversight.
No. There are need, because there are some certain legislations you have that needs overhaul. Take for example, in March of 2022, I was in a meeting with a representative from TCN. I had a meeting with the Committee of National Assembly that overseeing transmission, and then of course there was somebody also who came from this school, and we're all having this conversation in an open class. Now, the question, which of course I asked, was the fact that when the disco episode happened and these companies by act of parliament were sold, were there no terms? There were terms. The terms written in that agreement, because of those who initiated it, were done in favor of disco and not for national interest. Yes, you have laws, but in terms of your oversight, you also find that those laws are inhibiting. And that was why you saw that National Assembly initiated the Electricity Bill, Amendment Bill 2024. And this helped to be able to properly regulate that sector. So what you find is that we write some laws, and the people who are writing this law, or the people who are amending these laws, have ulterior motive to protect themselves. And so you will find that even in your oversight, the law helps you down. Because when you say you want to do some certain things, they say, oh, the provision of this law cannot make you go beyond this certain level or threshold. So it's something that will have to continually evolve. Yes, in terms of oversight, they're doing their bit to be able to see what is happening. But again, it's also to know, and that's why I said just now, it's beyond really having these functions of doing it. Let's also be that those who are even going for oversight have certain level of character that we're actually doing the oversight, not because we want some brown or white envelopes, but we're going there to do the oversight because we want to see a nation that works. But beyond that, is the fact that opening up the entire economic space require a lot of conversation. And those conversations are what are generally responsible for this delay, because you have a lot of stakeholders. You need to manage these stakeholders. You need to deal with them, because Nigeria is a federation. So it's not one unit that, of course, some issues are basically constitutional matter that you have to effect a constitutional change. And for you to do that, you will need to go around the 36 states and get a two-thirds majority and ensure that the assemblies of those states are in sync with what national body want to do before we can amend our law. Now, all these constraints makes it really difficult, because you are seeing it from this side. The people who are on the other side of the table are also saying something differently. And this is why I was making some statement somewhere yesterday that the first thing we need to do really is the mode of electoral funding in Nigeria should change.
The mode of electoral funding?
Funding in Nigeria should change. Like it's done elsewhere, where the citizens actually fund those who go for election. And I think that will work better for us, rather than allow those who are going for election to fund themselves, and then we come back and think that they're going to
really
make
that law in place. But they do say that the funding doesn't come from them, because even when forms are bought, how many persons have you seen, how many politicians have you seen to tell you that they bought the form? They will tell you so and so group has bought form for them.
Yeah, but yes, the validity of this claim are things that we have to naturally, because if you are close to people who are within that sector, yes, there are some few people who are funding, but it's not the generality of the people. Like in some places they say, okay, one person can put 20 billion down to say I want to fund an ambition. No, because at the end of the day, the person who is putting that place is like
that control
a puppet to that person.
Yes.
And so if that person is a stakeholder in a particular sector, this guy who is put there as a front will do everything to ensure that his interest is protected.
Okay.
And these are basic issues that we must have to deal with, because one of the things that is actually slowing us down, dragging us as a country, is the fact that the way elections are funded here, and people who are in the seats of power are actually sitting in on behalf of people who have interest, deep interest really, in some basic sectors.
So two things. One, I want to talk about the electoral funding. The Constitution of Nigeria, or the electoral system in Nigeria, did not permit independent candidates in the country. Before you can vie for election, you must belong to a political party. And if you belong to a political party, it is normal that the political party is funding your election. And just a minute. Oh, I know, doctor, I've picked you, but just wait.
But we don't find political parties.
No, we have political parties. You must belong. Just a minute.
But the party doesn't necessarily come from.
There are membership of political parties, and you are from those political parties. You are committed financially, being active in the political party, and participating in all other activities that make you an active participant of that political party. And if you are participating financially, those finances, of course, normally we would think it's used to fund from those political parties, to fund the candidate of those political party. That's one. So Nigerians cannot all together from the national. I know it is
independent candidature. Is that for every candidate you would have the funding.
We are talking about an ideal society.
You would have the funding come from the electorate, not from a selected few.
But you belong to a political party that is placing you there for an election. They should be responsible for you. They should be responsible for you.
The political party generates money.
The political party, of course, generates money.
This is what it is. This is what it is. And you must understand this. All the crises you see in our parties today, whether it's PDP, whether it's Labour, whether it's APC, NPP, the problem is that the party has no funding structure. The only fund the party receives is from aspirants that are contesting. So they fix this humongous amount of money to be able to fund the party operations.
Dr. Lee belongs to a political party.
Why do you ask that?
No, because the party structure and how the parties fund themselves, I've not heard of that. That's only people that are vying for electoral positions.
How do you think that the cost of forms are very expensive?
Okay, fine. I don't belong to any political party, so I don't even know how to answer those questions. However, we will make arrangements to discuss with any of these political party heads. Now, the reason why I'm saying that, sorry.
We have, you are in the media and you should understand this. When, for example, Ali was being accused, what was the accusation? That we raised X amount of money from the aspirants. How was this money spent? People who are members of the party at the bottom, they don't pay dues. In short, for them to even attend meeting, they have to be funded. So when you go elsewhere, parties are funded from the grassroots. The 1 naira, the 2 naira that members are paying as subscription for being card-carrying member of that political party is what the party used in running. Now, there were news some years ago in PDP that they were not able to even pay their staff because the fact that the money that was contributed by the aspirant, they have been abused, and therefore the people who were working in their secretariat could not be even paid. I mean, the staff. So what I'm saying is that there is an organic way parties are funded worldwide. And what is this organic way? That people say, oh, I am a card-carrying member of this party. I have a subscription that I pay to this party on a regular basis.
Okay.
Now, this funding structure helps the people within the grassroots to be able to actually take ownership of that party. And when campaigns are coming, they understand that there are certain level of interest. And that's why, you know, even in common theories of political party, they call them interest aggregators. So what they do is that they actually come around that, yes, this is what Blessing wants, this is what Prayer wants, this is what this person wants, and we aggregate them and say, okay, we are funding it that when we eventually get into power, we have a say in how policies are made. But what you find around today is that you have pockets of money bags who pull out the money out there
and control the party.
And they control the party.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that because you like, you know, you can even win councillor because you have to be a billionaire to win councillor in Nigeria. So
I can't even win councillor
because he's talking about the financial muscle.
The financial muscle.
I'm a very good person. If you have to win, then you have to look for a godfather who is going to fund you. And when you get there as a councillor, you are not going to be speaking for yourself. You will only be speaking for your godfather, as it were. So these are the challenges that the system faces, and this is what we must need to do well to ensure that we have larger people having contributions and say in our party politics is on.
The second point I needed to make. You people didn't allow me to make my second point. Blessing and God is fond of doing this.
No, you can't.
You don't want me to make my second party. God has even said I can't even win local government councillorship.
That's the reality of Nigerian politics.
This is not right.
And that's what Doc is speaking to. But you see, that the persons who would make this law, or the persons who would initiate this law, would also be affected. So we don't expect that they would make that law, because they know that when the people are the ones funding, the people have a bigger say or a higher say in who goes, who is nominated, who represents the constituency, and who is elected at the end of the day. And they do not want that sort of democracy. They want a thing where there is a cartel, or there is a caucus where you have the kingmakers. So the kingmakers can handpick and say, this is the person I want. And because they have the influence, they have the financial muscle, then they can rally around wherever they want. You know, we live in the dispensation where you have anointed. This is the anointed of a particular godfather. And so that person, whether that person has been a card-carrying member of XYZ political party long enough, becomes the chosen. So I did not see that reform happening in the electoral system or being initiated by the Senate or even the House of Rep, because they also will be affected. But we do hope that having claimed that they have made enough legislation to aid the $1 trillion economy, there will be more done We want to see the new tax bill. We want to see other legislation regarding digital economy happen, because it seems like our laws are not catching up with the digital trend. So we need to fast track on that as well. We'll touch quickly on the last news headline, which is the Port of Dubai operators seeking approval to build industrial park at Nigerian ports. Dubai-based DP World operator of the Port of Dubai proposing that it wants to establish an industrial park at Nigerian ports to enhance export processing. The proposal was announced during a delegation meeting in Abuja, where Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adegboyega Oyetola expressed robust government support for initiatives that modernize port infrastructure and attract strategic foreign investment. Dubai port operator wanting to invest in Nigeria ports to digitize and improve the process. We've been talking about the process at Nigerian ports needing to improve so that the issue of port congestion, delay, and other issues that frustrate importers and even exporters will be a thing of the past.
Well, I think it's one thing that as a country we must need to embrace in terms of logistics. The United Arab Emirates has about 5 big ports. The Jebali port has the capacity of processing over 200 tons of goods that comes into the country every day. They are connected to about 180 ports worldwide, and that will just be a blessing to Nigeria. And I think that because, again, the government of the United Emirates are excellent driven, and if we give them the opportunity to invest in our port system, there's so much that can come from the UAE in terms of the way they run business. And I just hope that politics will not frustrate whatever thing that this will mean. For me, it's a positive and it's a plus. And I think government should embrace it wholeheartedly. I said it here on this table severally. There is no other country in the world that has made excellence in terms of free trade zone than the UAE has done, and that has transformed that economy. And I think it's something we need to jump at, and I'm also good that the president, since he came into office, has been able to normalize relationship with the United Arab Emirates, and we're seeing that these are beginning to yield fruit. You just give them, these guys, a goal. If they tell you that they're going to deliver this project in 2027, just be rest assured that in 2027, this will be done. So I feel it's a plus, and I feel that they have grown capacity in terms of port operation, even when they don't have so much of water, but they have been able to actually make use of the little thing that nature has given to them, and they are the best for it. So when you partner with the best, like I said really earlier before, if you're a friend to a billionaire, chances are that you are going to be a billionaire yourself.
Okay. First of all, former President Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Nyesom Wike, Mr. Governor Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, and other top political stakeholders in Nigeria, and most especially from the South-South region. We are talking about ports. This is the South-South, the Niger Delta. How many functional ports do we have there? We have the Rivers Port, we have the Warri Port. Are there activities there? Whenever we start having conversation about ports and ports operation in Nigeria, it's natural. Lagos comes to mind. How many ports does Lagos have? It has the Apapa Port, the Tinkan Port, the Lekki Deep Sea Port. 3 of those ports, activities are there. They're functional. Now the Dubai is proposing this. Just wait and take a look where these operations will go to, where this proposal will lie to.
But don't you think
I don't think it will be coming to
Lagos Port
please.
The rest parts
strategic.
Of the country?
There have been complaints for quite a long time about how congested the ports are in Lagos State. Lagos is not the only state. Lagos is not the only state in Nigeria. Lagos is not the only. Just a moment. Yes, Lagos is not the only state in Nigeria that have a deep sea port. There are other states in Nigeria that have a deep sea port.
So what's the challenge?
There has not. I'm coming. There have not been attention from what administration. Look at how many, even to Obasanjo's administration.
You need to get to the report.
Yes, I know. Yes. How many of them have put efforts to turn attention away from Lagos to developing port operations and port facilities in the Niger Delta? None.
Yeah, but you see,
no, and there is no excuse. There is no excuse you can give for economically marginalizing a region. There is no excuse you can give. It is an economic It is. I may not say, okay, this administration did this or that administration did this, but it is intentional and it is wrong.
Why do you say it's intentional?
It is intentional and it is wrong because economically they have the river, they have the region. Lagos is not the only one that have those characteristics and those traits that should attract that, but Lagos is getting it all.
Doc, what do you think?
Why are we not going? Why are we not doing that in the Niger Delta?
Let's hear Doc.
I think look at issues from only one side.
I don't think so.
Ports are there, the facilities are there. Nigerian government don't determine where a vessel will land. It is the owner of the vessel who determines where his vessel will land. I said this example to you before.
You're coming to my house, you will determine where you're going to sit.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
No.
This is business.
I don't think that's a perfect analogy. Trying to use.
I can say that.
Don't listen. That's a problem. You need to also listen, so that you'll be better informed. Really. I was bringing a 40-foot container from China. For me, the proximity of that was Warri or Port Harcourt. There was no incentive I didn't give to the Chinese company to bring the 40-foot container to Warri for me, because from Warri to Benin was quite a short distance than traveling all the way from Lagos to Benin. Having cleared here, then I'll go back to Benin. The company said to me, well, except you don't want us to transport this thing for you, we cannot guarantee the safety of our vessel in those parts of the waters. This is the only place we can stop. Now, how did we get to where we are? Lagos put a security trust fund on the ground since 2000. They have been asking corporate bodies to contribute to this fund to provide basic infrastructure for security. No, I'm not talking about federal government. I'm talking about Lagos state government. To provide security around their waters. They have gunboats that are moving. They have supported Navy. They have supported police to clean up the environment. The question you have to ask yourself is, what's your governor doing to provide a safe environment?
Presence of security in the Niger Delta. Gunboats, Nigerian Navy, and where did we get presence? Where did we get the presence?
Even with your gunboats and your Navy and everything, you are still complaining that even the crew, they are still stealing it.
I was going to mention that because when you talk about,
don't we have criminal activities on Lagos waters?
No,
we do.
No,
of course we do.
Hold on.
During the second administration of Buhari's government, there was a security breach on Lagos waters where people came, kidnapped, took people away on Lagos waters and went away.
How many incidents you have?
Of course, we can start making comparisons, but that's not an excuse for government for not to turn attention to Lagos waters.
You understand that I have my whistle.
You can put the whole of your money to develop an environment. But for somebody to come and say they want to do business in your environment, understand this fundamental. He's thinking not about you, he's thinking first his safety, he's thinking first about the safety of his vessel, he's thinking first. And now, if the sense of security around you is poor, you go to look at it. Why are people going to Singapore? Why are people going to UAE? There is absolute sense of safety. between whether it's physical, whether it is psychological, people are safe.
The federal government has the responsibility to govern Nigerian waters. Security is on the exclusive legislative list.
We've talked about the sides to it. You were advocating for the utilization of other ports aside Lagos Port. And Doc is saying that there are peculiar challenges with this port. One of them is security. Now, you also mentioned the names of former presidents, Goodluck Jonathan, the current governor of Delta State. You also mentioned, I think,
the FCT minister, that they have a responsibility to make sure that this should come to reality.
State, because there's an honor post too. Now, what we also need to understand is that while the federal government has its role to play in terms of providing security for the waterways, the states that has these waterways also have a responsibility to do here. Now, if we're talking about Lagos State and you are saying there's marginalization, I don't think there is marginalization, because I want to look at the Lagos State example, not just in the area of managing ports or the maritime sector, but in other things that the Lagos State has done to ensure that a lot of businesses want to site their operations within Lagos State. The Lagos State government has created that enabling environment which some states do not see as their responsibility. They want to pass it up to the federal government. Yes, the federal government has its role, but you are the one who's going to benefit from the IGR if you take it as your responsibility to create that enabling environment. If we're talking about security, what happens at the creeks is first and foremost the responsibility of the state government, because that's their direct territory. So they have a role to play in the port operation. What is their role? What are they doing to ensure that the equipment are there, the facilities are there? Yes, the government will do that, but they have a complementary effort. They have a complementary effort. They have a complementary effort to make there. So we cannot put it at the doorstep of the federal government. The gunboats that were purchased by Lagos State government were given to the Nigerian Navy. We cannot put it
because Lagos State did not have a security that is privately dedicated to protecting their waters. It is the exclusive responsibility of the federal government. So if you bring out such money and you give it to the federal government, does that.
And let's not look at
why I understand that it's a responsibility of the state government.
While the arguments are ongoing, we'll take a break right now.
By state government, not by federal. And I think that has to be clear. So you don't count it as federal port. The Lagos Deep Sea Port was built
you are keeping us from moving on here.
From Lagos State government. So the governor of your state can build one.
Yes. We're keeping us from moving on here, and we need to leave this argument because we cannot end it today. Bottom line is, there has to be collaboration between tiers of government for sectors of the economy to work perfectly. It is not solely the responsibility of the federal government to ensure the sectors of the economy are working. The local government, the state government have their roles to perform. And for this gentleman here that has dragged us and kept us from moving forward, they're going to pay the fine. Trust me, I'm making some money today. They know what the fine is, 20K each.
No, doctor will pay 70,000.
I will tell you whether or not they actually pay me that money. But we'll come to policy discuss after this break.
2,000, you pay 70.
ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignited his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His human service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to
You really, I need to guess him. He's good too. Okay, now let's talk about currency. You need currency for trade, and that would be something that would be a miracle when eventually it happens for Africa as a continent having one single currency. The conversation on Africa having one single currency has been a talk that has been happening for several years now, but it hasn't been achieved. But ECOWAS say by the year 2027, the ECO, which is supposed to be the single currency for the African continent, will be launched. Is this achievable, or is just a date to maybe by the time we get to 2027, we'll have to push again to 2030. Who knows? But let's look at the possibility of ECOWAS achieving a single currency for Africa. What are the works on the ground to ensure that happens? Dr. David Masanga is an African affairs analyst and joins from Amsterdam this morning, and he's our guest. Good morning. Thank you for joining.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I had a very heated argument that you were conducting in the studio, and
that Africans would hear about the launch or the intended launch, planned launch of the ECO, the single currency for Africa. There have been several deliberations around it, and even talks of technology, using technology to ensure that it happens quickly. But fixing a date seems like we're getting close to that becoming a reality. What's your thoughts on that announcement about the year 2027 Africa would have a single currency?
Thank you very much. I don't know whether you are hearing me. I don't know whether you are hearing me. Okay. Thank you. I don't know whether you are hearing me. I'm just inquiring. But Africa, I heard your argument, and your argument in the studio together with the two gentlemen. That's a very valid argument that you are making, and you won the case. There must be collaboration between the central government and the local government in order for the port of Lagos, or which port, whatever port you are using, to be able to work properly. As to whether Africa will achieve the single currency by 2027, it is a miracle that everybody has been waiting for since 1963. That can we unite with a single currency, using a single currency, so that across Africa for the whole region, and then you have 200 currencies across Africa. So I don't know who, if this miracle arrives this time, Africa will be seeing the first best miracle that has united us so that we can trade in a single currency. Yes, I am very happy to see, and I will be delighted. Hopefully, God will keep me there to see it.
Challenges with achieving a common currency for Africa.
I have not heard the other question. Can you repeat that question?
What are the challenges that are delaying or making it a miracle, or making Africa needing a miracle to have a common currency?
One of the challenges that has faced African Union, and the challenges that continue to face African Union, is the question of language. Is the lack of unity comes for Arab countries versus Anglophone versus English-speaking countries. That this unity that was created by partitioning of Africa is what has caused Africa the disunity that we see. Every conference that we go to, Pan-African Parliament, everywhere, ECOWAS, you can see even in ECOWAS itself, where you are, another group has split out, gone off, because there has been divisions created by the colonial hangover, the doctrine of colonialism that brought Africa to disunite. I hope this one will be able. But the obstacles, one of the challenges is that national pride. For example, Nigeria would not like to lose its naira. Another country would not like to lose its currency. Those are some of the few challenges that we must overcome as Africans. And if ECOWAS can overcome that each country can lose pride and say, Let's trade in one currency. It will boost quite a lot of trade in Africa.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Masanga. I would like to ask a very specific question, and for the fact that the 16 or 17 countries of ECOWAS is going this direction, one is bound to ask question, why is it that we do not have the whole of African countries and the whole of the central banks of African countries coming to a table to do this? Because if we remember vividly, the former president of Libya wanted Africa to toe this line. Therefore, the fact that ECOWAS is taking this line and other African countries are not in the picture, is this not going to bring division among the whole of African nations and defeat this purpose in the future?
You are very right. What has killed Africa mostly is that type of disunity. And 100%, the killing of Gaddafi, for example. Gaddafi was killed because he emphasized the unity of purpose. The unity, to unite it so that you don't, if you want to travel to Equatorial Guinea, you have to go to France before you come to Equatorial Guinea. If you want to come to West Africa, in one of the states of the French, you have to go to Paris before you fly to Central African Republic. Yet you are from Uganda. I'm a Ugandan. I would like to fly direct to Central African Republic. So there are challenges. And the disunity is the one that has killed African Union. That disunity is still here. And I don't know how they will overcome it because we have an external darker force. That darker force, for me, I am a man who tells it as it is. At my age, I'm not going to keep quiet. France has divided us so badly on this continent of Africa. Anything that you try, France will come in the middle.
Break. We'll return after this break. Please stay tuned.
Born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
We've got just what you need right here at Feli Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where
All right, we're still looking at the proposed launch of a single currency for Africa by the year 2027, as announced by ECOWAS. And our guest, Dr. David Musanga, who joins from Amsterdam, is still with us. Doc, can we continue the conversation now? Earlier you were talking about the difficulty traveling from one part of Africa to the other, and you blamed that on disunity, which you say is a major problem in Africa. Now, where do you think that disunity comes from? And how do we address it?
Thank you very much. I hope this time you very nicely. It comes from us Africans ourselves. The previous person in your studio said Gaddafi. Why was Gaddafi killed? Gaddafi was killed because of disunity from. We did not unite. We did not stand up to say we support one over. We rather support people, teams, even in football, even in wherever we support. For example, you have shown Mr. Dangote in an industry, but you can see the frustration that he gets from our own people. We don't buy our own products. We intend to buy foreign. That disunity was there in 1963 when the formation Organization of African Unity. It then came down to 2004 when we changed to African Union. This unity is still there. Every conference you go to in Africa, when African, you feel embarrassed. You find Anglo-speaking Africa, Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana, and others on one of Africa. Then you find the Francophone teaming up with the Islamic Africa, the other nations in Africa that to vote against anything to do with English-speaking countries. This unity is what has made us a doctrine of neocolonialism that has been planted in Africa. That when people making 300, 400 million people, 1.4 billion people in Africa, uniting, they will be very strong. You have to divide it. And who divides it? The colonial master sits in Paris and says, oh, no. We shall give you this, we shall give you that, we shall give you that. Look at the African countries. Good, but no unity. Good faces, but no. Good leaders, but no unity. I saw it in African Union when we were electing the president of African Union, chairperson of the Union. My sister, if you were in Addis Ababa, you'd think in Nkrumah, Ere, Sekuture, and others are not hearing in the grave. Everybody was divided. Nigeria had to stand by Kenya. See, in ECOWAS, several countries in ECOWAS, some of them ran away because of this division on religion, language, and above all, the former colonial masters. We are still divided. And even in this currency, now they have announced it. You are going to see in 2027, the Western Hemisphere colonials are going to come with a coup somewhere around there. It is there. They always smell to make we don't ever unite. That's what they did to Libya. That's why you're in the studio said correctly, Gaddafi was killed. No African. Show me one African named Gaddafi road. Have you named Gaddafi's road have you named Gaddafi's road in have you named it in Abuja? Have we named it in Kampala, Nairobi, Johannesburg? No, we have forgotten about Gaddafi. It is only the running in Amsterdam here and The Hague to find out what happened. Those are some of the things that pain me as an elderly African go to God. Are we together?
Yes. On African unity for quite a while, and well over 60 years now. A lot of people also feel that the inferiority complex of the African man is actually at the heart of this disunity, because we don't feel fulfilled until we are in Amsterdam like you are, or in London or in Paris. How do we deal with this issue of inferiority complex of the African man?
At least for me, Doc, I don't. I am always head on. I tell you, if you don't like me, you don't like me. I am an African. That is it. I defend this continent. That is it. I defend Pan-Africanism. That is it. The moment you touch Africa, when I'm hearing, I'll explain to you. We have that reality complex. We bring programs. Now at least your television station is African analysts. But we read the same subject, Doc. When you find some of our people looking for a European to analyze River Nile, when a European does not even know the source of River Nile. Ask Dr. Matsanga to explain where River Nile comes from. I will say it comes from Uganda, blah, blah, blah. This type of inferiority complex, what you have said, we have it in ourselves. We want to dress like a hawk. We want to do our programs like what Britain does. We want programs like what France does. There's that colonial doctrine that they divide and rule. That thing is still amongst us. I'm telling you, Doc, if you were in Addis Ababa, if you are Pan-African, you'll cry tears. You can see how African leaders run into groups instead of running into unity. And that this unity is what has caused us all the trouble you see. How many Africans, for example, you are talking of a single currency. Where will you trade it? When in southern Cameroon, down there near you, they are butchered every day. And nobody is talking about it. When across in, there are people dying everybody. No African leader is standing down there in the French territory, DRC Congo. There is chaos. How will you? The goods come from Congo to West Africa. How will you take them? There is a war. So first of all, we must remove that inferiority complex. That and stand up and say, enough is enough. That gentleman north of or west of you in Burkina Faso, that young man has stood up, and you will not. I hope we pray for God to keep him standing firm. Enough is enough. Give me my freedom. Let me die poor, but let me know inferiority complex. You have a point there, Doc.
At the instability in African currency, many countries in Africa are struggling with stabilizing.
I've not heard you, but I think I picked one thing from you: instability. Many African countries are having instability. I think that's some our connection has been so bad. Imperialism again. Gaddafi wanted us to communicate well by having our own satellite. They killed him. So they would not keep quiet as long as you bring a good idea. You bring passports. You want one passport to run around Africa. Some countries in Africa block the passport. 2060, 2020, they told us give a photograph. I was one of those who brought a photograph. Instability is caused by factors. First, internal factors. There are those who don't want integration, an African integration. There are those who want block. Nyerere versus Nkrumah. Nyerere said, let's build ECOWAS first. Remove all the barriers in ECOWAS. Then we move to create African Union. That was Nyerere's idea. Nkrumah said, no, begin with African unity first. Later on, economic emancipation and this and that. Once you are united, you can economically conquer these people. So these guys in France, London. They now another added new master neo-colonialists from the Atlantic Ocean came and said every time we want to have an African meeting, an African currency, like a 2027, they are going to be working on the countries in those areas. And they said, don't go for that. We shall be alone. We shall giving you an aid. We shall tell IMF to give you more money. These are the areas that Africa before. Let me tell you, bring talk under you people in the studio. A few minutes ago, before you came to this, you had a very bitter argument. But all this argument is centered on both internal and external factors. So when you want to create a good harbor and clean it, someone will come and say you are killing our animals. Whose animals are those? You try to remove sand from Port Harcourt. Someone will say, no, environment. Who is controlling the environment? Is it the environment? It is an environment of an African betterment for himself. Yet they come and in Scotland, who is telling them who is killing the animals. So we have a problem of instability caused by external forces and internal traitors. We have too many traitors across Africa. We don't have leaders. We have traitors. Some of them don't speak up when things are bad. Some of them butcher their own people. Some of them have forgotten. Some of them run to these people better than our African leader consults the other. Yes. So I can't hear you.
That matter will result from a revolution.
I hear you. Doc, I've not heard you. I had only one word. I don't know what you meant. Doc, one word revolution. What did you want to ask me?
Okay.
Your student give me sound. Oh. I can't hear you.
And the only way to be an intellectual in you actually surviving, because they are better off in your disunity. Of Nigeria in Souq. There's nothing in common.
It goes back to the inferiority complex that you mentioned.
Yes, I mentioned
earlier,
that, yeah.
Because that inferiority complex exhibits itself or expresses itself in different form. In our educational sector, we see how we're doing copy and paste. Even courses that we do not need, courses that do not have direct application in our environment, we're studying because it's a global thing. And even the standardization of practices in Africa would depend on the assessment, the standardization of the West. Whether or not it relegates our own research and what we're doing here, we don't care. So that's why there is the need for validation by the intellectuals in Africa. So it comes to a point where there has to be a reformation that has to take place in the mind. More like, if I have to borrow the Christian word, renewing of the mind to happen, where we begin to see ourselves as not inferior, our intelligence as not inferior as the intelligence of the intellectuals in the West. And we begin to own our own, develop our own. Let's take the medical sector, for instance. We are blessed with a lot of herbal plants, medicinal plants, and we're developing that. And when we do, who standardizes it to say this is fit for treatment? We are also waiting for orthodox medicine to standardize herbal medicinal plants. That's the only way we can say, oh yes, according to WHO, this has been approved. Now, until we come to that point where we are able to take the bull by the horn and pilot our own affairs, not thinking that our intellectuals here need any form of validation, because we have been under their tutelage for long, and we know what is right, we know what is wrong. We can carry out some of these processes and not necessarily waiting to hear from them to say, okay, this is right, this is wrong. We can also have our own Ivy League institutions here. We do have them here.
Okay. We were told that Dr. Masanga
is back. Okay.
Is back. Thank you very much for joining us again. Now, it's like, Dr. Masanga, thank you so much once again. Yes. Okay. I think earlier on, Doc was asking a question that he needed you to respond to. So Doc is going to ask the question now.
Yeah, what I was saying is for Africa to actually unite against the external forces who benefit and profit from our disunity, we need a kind of an intellectual background or foundation from our intellectuals. And we also find that even in the academic circles, we need a lot of validation from Oxford or Yale or Harvard to be able to do the things that we are doing. We don't see any connect between African university sitting down together to pioneer research, to even emphasize and really come up with the kind of a thinking that can engender this revolution. Do you think that the weakness in the intellectual space in Africa is also part of our problem?
Yes. Doc, let me take you to the book of Lion and the Jewel. Lakunule, the character. You remember? I think some of the younger people here on the platform, if you read that book, you find out the mind of an African by Walt Sonika. And now let me tell you, every time we make a step forward, we are pulled back by the time. Did you study English? You bring Swahili. We wanted to Swahili in African Union. How many of you in West Africa have tried to read, to write Swahili? How many of you in West Africa try to write Swahili? We all write English. Even on this studio now, we are using English. How would like to know what Swahili is? One of the things that unites people like in Tanzania is language. That's why Tanzania has never had any war. No war. They are united. Look at your own place in Nigeria. How many languages do you have? How many? Look at some places. There's that colonial follow-up of education system. You remove that and start again. 40 years ago, my fellow panelists in the studio, China was the poorest country on planet Earth, having a rice scheme in my country. They came to grow rice to feed 300 million people 40 years ago. That was the population of China. We used to share that rice with Chinese. In my country, they take half, we take half. Today, China lends money to US at night. Although Trump doesn't want us to know, he begs China at night to stabilize his dollar. You know, so China went back. Africa needs to go back, doctor, in the studio. You need to tell some people in West Africa to go back and say what is good for us and what is bad against our country. We want Western culture. How many of you, Doc, you are in the studio today, you are wearing a tie. Who told you that that tie is your own is your own. Why are you wearing it? You need to go back and ask. Chinese went back and asked themselves, yes, why are you wearing a tie? Why don't I wear a normal West African clothes and wear like Dr. Matang? We have very bad behavior ourselves. Doc, we have bad behavior. And we have copied it from people. Look at our children today. They wear trousers that are in the bottom, in the knees. You come to a house with a trouser in the knees. You don't eat food. We have lost. We have lost. Look at all of the people. There are people here, your studios, at least for you in Nigeria, you have done very well. You started Nollywood. Why do you call it Nollywood? Why don't you call it festival? Why do you call it Nollywood? It's copycat. You are copying Nollywood. You want to dress like them. Why don't you dress in skin? Why? These are some of the things we must start as intellectuals. We are one of the worst characters on planet Earth, intellectuals. Those of us who have PhDs, we have a problem. When we forget that we came from rivers where we used to share water. Niger gives water to all of you. You start fighting over it. It's silent, but you are fighting over it. So time has come. If it introduced this thing, Doc, they killed him. They must. Patrice Lumumba said, hey, leave my Congo. They killed him. Doc, are you not ashamed to go to Brussels? I don't go to Brussels. I boycott Brussels because the Belgians killed Lumumba and hid his teeth, the golden one, for 64 years. We were crying for Lumumba, give us the body. And that body came. So, Doc, one of the problems that we have in Africa is that problem of this unity. And that this unity is we copy ideas from people. We copy paste. You are now one of the first television stations to do African. The rest of television stations, they want to English. Have you seen? I've stayed in Europe for 40 years. Has my accent changed? No, my accent is still Ugandan. My accent has not changed. But if you give me an exam to write English, I'll beat you. I'll get 100 over 100 in writing. But I don't care about accent. Some Africans start to say, oh, no. Change mindset. Younger
Going much, Dr. Masanga. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, you've been making valid points, and the conversation is really. I wish other African countries. I know they are watching, most especially the young population in Africa, so they can begin to have a change of mindset, and we begin to own our own stuff. But I have a very, very important question from you. We are reaching you from Nigeria, and there is this saying that Nigeria is the giant of Africa. So probably even other African countries are looking up to Nigeria. There is a space on the global realm and in the continent of Africa that Nigeria needs to play to stand up for other African countries, or to stand up for itself and to take its rightful position in the continent and in the globe, so that every other African country can follow suit. Do you think Nigeria has been playing that role effectively? And if we have not been doing that, what do you think Nigeria needs to do so that other African countries can play along with that and look up to Nigeria as a big brother and act accordingly?
Son, the you have asked is one of the best amongst all of you, the panel. You are bringing very good questions. Now, when Nigeria coughs, Africa catches a cough. That's true. You do something. Do you know why? God blessed you. You are the biggest area in the whole Africa. You have a population of 250 people now. With your new census, you will come to that. But when you have a problem, all of us in Africa, in Uganda, we shall have a problem, headache. Oh my God. Because you see, what makes economies? Economies, population. China has beat the world of the population. 2 billion people, 2 billion people, 2 billion people. They can buy each $1 a day. You produce shoes in China. If every Chinese buys the shoes from your factory, you will have 2 billion a day. Area is endowed with a population, resources, but Nigeria has mismanaged their resources. That's the truth. Wrong, the whole Africa goes wrong. That saying is very clear. When you go wrongly, you do wrong things. The whole Africa does. Because everybody, President Tinubu, as the head of state of an African country of 250 people, if he does a mistake, the whole of Africa has done a mistake. That is why we have a problem now. You have not yourselves. Why have we gone wrong? Why have you gone wrong? You have not even. You are earlier on your program. You are arguing about the port, Benin or Benin. I was listening to you. That lady was striking points on you. You in the studio. The lady was hammering your. She was right. We have a problem. Who is supposed to keep this port? Who is supposed to keep the port working? It is the central government. But the central government in Nigeria, home, it has problems. I've been there. I've been in Abuja during your elections. I observed your elections as an independent observer. I wrote my report. I was not an election. In Africa, we have a problem actually. When Dagote did that refinery, Mr. Dagote was fought. People fought Dagote. French Total oil. You people are English, are footballers. You love football. You look at how you'll be ashamed today again. Even Morocco and Total Oil to sponsor your football. You're an African. Are you an African? Why do you Morocco and Total Oil to sponsor your football? And you are telling people, I am going to AFCON in Morocco, Rabat. What God? I will switch off the TV. This man you are seeing, when that football starts, switch off the TV. Because it is sponsored by a company that killed Africans. Wherever you see Total Oil, you know war. Wherever you see Shell BP, you know war is coming. You know it. I don't want yours there. You know, 1967, I was alive. I'm now 69. I know exactly what happened. We hammered an agreement in Kampala. Who was involved? Both sides. Total Oil and the Shell BP. They are there where you are there. Around. You know it. Now look. You are even very proud. You are proud. Very proud. We are going to Morocco. We are going to Morocco. You go to Morocco to do. Why doesn't Dagote, MTN, Safaricom, African Company, Ibrahim Mohammed, put their money together, sponsor the football? And I will go and watch that football. I like football, but I cannot watch a sponsored by Total Oil that has killed more people in Africa. Let's begin with younger men like you, the one asking the question. You man among us and the lady, you are young. Me and the doctor, we are going home. Start thinking now. Start thinking now. Why do you go to watch a football match sponsored by oil and Morocco that has occupied Western Sahara? We have refugees in Nigeria from Western Sahara. We have in my country, Uganda. A country has occupied another African country. And you are going to watch football there. Why don't you leave the stadium to be empty? I'm asking you, younger man who asked the question. there like Matanga. I will not go there. I will even switch my TV for 1 month at football. Young lady, switch off the TV. And God is going to... Me and the doctor, we are going home. It is you who should... And say, enough is enough for unity in Africa.
We provide...
I want to hear you. We want to...
protest.
Especially you, young lady. I am still on you with the younger there, the other one, the panel in the suit. You people are the ones. Don't blame us. We have made mistakes. But don't blame us anymore. We are going... Let you, younger man who asked the question, plus the younger lady, fight on for a better Africa. Reject some of these things. You can't have COM being sponsored. You can't have ECOWAS being by France from Paris. Who pays the salaries of ECOWAS? Nigeria alone can pay the salaries of ECOWAS without asking for a donor. You ask a donor money. Why? Why do you go to France to ask donor money? Then when they come to supervise your elections, you say you are not allowed. You are asking for their money. Oh, I'm missing a lot of questions here.
Any attendant consequence, negative consequence that comes along in the line of your operation, would that be a better deal where Africa gets compensated, gets paid for environmental degradation and any other attendant damage that comes in line with the operation of multinational companies, rather than boycotting and then the event doesn't happen and we don't also have African companies yet sponsoring? What do you think?
Something about the environment. Are we the... Do you pollute? It is China and the United States that pollute more, and France. The oil that the Delta, the Nile, the Delta, the river, the rivers region. Who is polluting? Who is polluting? It is Total Oil, Shell BP. Now we go and beg the polluter us, help us. No, 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 no. They should pay more. We are not the ones polluting. We are not the ones with a lot of carbon around the whole world. It is China producing carbon and the US and that small poor country called Europe. Very poor. It has stolen from us. There is nothing in France. If Africa goes down, France will go down. They have nothing. Can't even host 100 refugees. No, can't. That's why you see refugees going to UK every day. France is one of the richest countries in Europe. Have you ever had any mineral found in France? Where is it? They pick minerals from where you are. You give them everything. They are polluters. They are the biggest polluters of our environment in Africa. And then we should be asking them, can you give us what we want to clean our environment? Not us to beg them. Every you go, you are begging. Oh, we are begging for donor money. Donor money. These are thieves who came to steal our money. They have come to steal our resources. They take it to France. They even steal us. You see, one of the best footballers in the world is stolen from. And
challenge. These countries have related with us. But to my suit and tie, I still think that is making me wear suit and tie. But if that will make me to be able to speak to you this afternoon, this morning, I think it's worth a while. But let's come to the strategy in terms of adoption. We also see that in Euro, that also had done one single currency, and that took about 45 years from the first meeting in Rome in 1957 through the Maastricht Treaty in 1991, and then of course we have eventually a euro in 2002, and that took a period of strategic 45 years working things out and then seeing how things play out. But all we hear in Africa is all talk and no motion. Do you think that the strategy at this time will really produce result, or we still need to go back to the drawing board?
I still maintain, if you came with a shirt, an African shirt studio, the whole studios across Africa will be looking at you. They like it. Forget about the tie, my brother. The tie we can only go for when we are looking for and passing your doctorate, like me and you wear very nicely. But now, studio, you try it like me. Yes. Hasn't China formed its own dress? Do you still Chinese with color? Why don't you do that? Try that. But let me come to your point. The point that you have made, Doc, very crucial. What can we do to avoid obstacles, challenges have been on the road towards our unity? One, we must a revolution, a renaissance. And you mentioned the word revolution. I was very a renaissance. Let's go back and say, where have we? Like Britain went back to say, is the euro working for us? Yes, or is it not working? Our pound is strong. Let's go back. We are down, we don't want. Now, if you just rush, you are going to make even more mistakes. I'm telling you, you have 3 countries up there: Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. I've been to Burkina Faso. I've been to Niger. Do you know it is easier to get dollars in Niamey than yourself in Abuja? If I wanted money from Niamey, just local money, how much? $20,000. Dr. Matanga, fly, I go. I've been there. But it is difficult to enter the kingdom of, it's easier to enter the kingdom of God to get $20,000 in a day in Abuja bank. Oh, Lagos. Now you are saying you want unity. What unity are you going to have? When you can't even give your own people even $20,000, you want to fly to UK. You have to apply and beg the manager. Even he calls you, go for lunch in that hotel. Why should I go for lunch in the hotel in order for you to give me money of my own, which is on account? Change the money. My doctor friend in the studio there, I want a check. Give me 20. I'm going to UK. Don't tell me story. Oh, let's meet around the restaurant down there for my money. In Niger, across in Niamey, it's very easy. I've tried it. Ask me. I've traveled there. Go to Niamey in a bank. Your money, francs. You have it in the hands. You will change and go home. You unite. When we still have obstacles of that nature, bureaucrats ready to get a license in Nigeria to manufacture goods. Better to kill Angel Gabriel than getting a license, because you will end up, not only in Nigeria, in my country, you will end up even spending more than the money for investment. You hear?
And the good news is that Nigeria recently was appointed as the digital trade champion by the African Union, and you also alluded to the fact that Nigeria has a lot of roles to play in Africa being united and Africa developing. We do hope that our leaders, Nigerian leaders, do what needs to be done, hold other countries accountable when they have trade here and when they have business to do, and do our part as a people to ensure that we're not making matters worse. Because even when those companies have been made to pay sometimes for the wrongs, we find that the monies are not used for the purpose for which they were intended. We thank you so much for your contributions. We hope that the mindset of Africans are changed to see ourselves as not inferior and knowing that we can bring about the Africa of our dreams. Thank you so much for your time with us on the show today.
Thank you very much. And I want to tell you, keep one thing going. You are the biggest population in Africa. When you do it well, the whole Africa will do it very well. Keep it going.
Thank you so much. We need to go on a break. Today is Word Book Day and the theme is reading for fun. Have you read a book this year? Do you intend to start reading one? Is it a fun book? What would you call a fun book? Are children reading and do they find it fun? This would be the cross of the conversation after this break. Just stay tuned.
Is a vital part of development. It offers benefits such as an increased vocabulary, heightened empathy, and increased concentration, all of which make it essential for children. Thankfully, a day has been set aside to promote a reading culture and provide opportunities for children who may not have their own books. World Book Day is celebrated every March 6th. Although it was originally celebrated on April 3rd, but the date was moved to avoid conflict with the Easter holiday and the absence of children from school. UNESCO officially established World Book Day in 1995 to recognize the power of books for cultural exchange and social advancement. World Book Day commemorates the anniversary of the death of two influential literary figures, William Shakespeare and Miguel de Cervantes, who are traditionally observed to have died on this date in 1616. UNESCO officially established World Book Day in 1995 to recognize the power of books for cultural exchange and social advancement. World Book Day commemorates the anniversary of the death of two influential literary figures, William Shakespeare and Miguel de Cervantes, who are traditionally observed to have died on the date in 1616. The day is also significant in Catalonia, Spain, where it coincides with Dia del Libro, or Book Day, a tradition involving the exchange of books and roses that began in the early 20th century. The day also aligns with the World Book Capital, an honor awarded each year to a city recognized for promoting books and reading. Additionally, it serves as a nod to Inga Garcilaso de la Vega, emphasizing the universal nature of literature. Books enrich our lives, foster education, and strengthen society. On this day, we celebrate not only books themselves, but also the book industry, publishers, and booksellers who make great reads accessible to all. World Book Day is an opportunity to introduce new books to students and celebrate past authors who have shaped our understanding of literature. School children often dress up as their favorite characters from books, and people are encouraged to donate to charities supporting children who can't afford books. While dressing up is a fun part of the World Book Day, the main goal is to encourage children to develop a passion for reading and explore the world of books available to them.
It's World Book Day. Like I asked before we went in the break, have you read a book this year? Do you intend to start reading? Now, the theme for this year's World Book Day is championing reading for fun. Can reading be fun? For some, it sounds like, how do you say reading is fun? We read because we go to school and then we're given textbooks for us to read. We just read because we have to pass exams. But really, if you ask me, there are fun books. What's our contribution to even the books that we read? How many African authors do we still have? How many African books publishing houses are still in existence? Well, let's talk to our guest on the show today, who is an author. She is Ejiro Umukoro. Thank you for being with us today on the show.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This has been a great conversation just prior to the book conversation. It just shows the power of how narratives, right, shape people. And the narratives come from what we consume. And when we consume literature that actually alters our way of thinking, shift our value system, and also give us a new set of beliefs, right? What happens is our mind incorporates this. We integrate it into our daily habits. It becomes a lifestyle, a culture, and it becomes what we are on a daily basis, what we do, what we say, how we act, and the things that we engage in. And that's just the power of how what we read, right? What we listen to can do to us as human beings.
To the conversation means that you're very enthusiastic about this. You're an author yourself. If we're talking about championing reading for fun and shaping the narrative or changing the narrative with good literature, let me begin by asking, what do you think?
I think I lost you there for a second. I'm not sure I got your question. I cannot hear you.
As a child growing up and reading books about different places in Nigeria, even before I got to travel to those places, reading about Onitsha and the busy environment, how it was a commercial hub at that time, reading books of the village happens there. You know, it just builds your imagination and it helps you get really into the African culture, and you're able to understand how what happens in communities that you've not even visited. Now, these days, what do you think is the situation? Do we still have books written telling African stories, helping young Africans to imagine themselves as Africans and also see what the way of life has been in Africa?
I think we have such books, and we've got Chimamanda Adichie, who's been doing fantastic in that realm, and someone that renowned, Professor Olusoyinka, even though his books, people say, they are old, but they are classic. I can read. And so for me, I grew up when you go to school and they have these comprehensive passages that you read. It has a way of grabbing your attention and you're looking at them, and I'm fascinated about the way a writer unfolds the story. Even when I start reading novels, the writer picks from different aspects of life, and towards the end of the book they all converge to a specific point. And I'm wondering, the mind of a writer, how vast it is, how diverse it is. So those things moved me. When I walk back home, I've just been looking around the house, then I think it's a good culture for parents to keep books in the house. So I find books that my dad bought and kept at home. That was the first time I came across a book that I wrote. The theme was 30 years of military rule in Nigeria. And that was where before I was even taught about government in school, about our past leaders, the military coup, and what transpired in Nigeria. I first of all found that book in the house, and I was looking at them first, fascinated by the picture, then started reading things about the books, about the coups, the military administrators. I saw former President Olusegun Obasanjo, them. I looked very young, Yakubu Gowon, and all of them. And that's where I got attracted to government itself.
Okay, so our guest is back with us, Ejiro Umukoro, an author. Now, I was asking the question regarding African authors' participation in the writing of books, the publishing of books with African stories. How much of the participation do we still have now?
That's a very good question, and it's a good place for us to start this conversation on how Reading for Fun, which is actually the title of this year's World Book Day, is all about. While it is true that Nigeria especially suffers from a shrinking and expanding of the reading space, of the publishing space, because as we speak today, there's not one publishing mill in Nigeria, and that alone is shocking. That tells me that there is something about our government's disinterest in enabling an environment that actually supports the production of books, that is paper mills, for example. So if we don't have paper mills in Nigeria, and you're asking us from Nigeria to keep importing papers, right? Cardboard papers from overseas before they can get here and before a publisher can get to the printing press to publish books. We have a very fundamental economic ecosystem that is deficit. That is on one hand. And that has led to what we have today, in which, if you look at the publishing industry, you have Cassava Republic, you have Narrative Landscape, you have Bookcraft, you have so many other publishing books, Masobe even, let me include them as well. These are people I've interacted with, and Lightree Media, that is the organization that also published my book, which is known as Distortion here. One of the things we decided to do was emphasize the significance of why we must begin to tell African narratives. I would say this for real. If you go to many schools in Nigeria and you look at the Ministry of Education and the criteria which they decide the kind of literature that they incorporate into the libraries and incorporate into the curriculum, there is no doubt that there's been a drop in the quality of it. But in more recent times, one of the things we have decided to do at Lightree Media is to say that, look, you have to give our young people high quality literature. You know why we discovered this? We did a survey, right? A very random survey for that matter. And we went around and interviewed young persons, and we kept asking them, how many African and Nigerian authors do you know of? Majority of them had no idea. Until after we pressed and pressed, some now finally remember, oh, okay, I asked them, what literature in school were you told to read? Whether they were compulsory, whether they were supplementary literature, it really didn't matter. But what literature did you read in school? And many of them came out to say, if they remember at all, this is out of 50 students, out of every 50 students, one person will say, okay, I remember Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. And then I asked them, what is significant about that particular story? And they could not even say anything. They can't even remember the storyline. As powerful as that book is, that is read in over how many, in many languages, over 50 languages I remember. And in many countries, that was a bestseller. And yet that tells me something, that we have a deficit of teachers who understand that reading is fun. Reading is something you show and model before young people so that they also imbibe and get excited into the vibe of why reading is fun. For someone like me, I started reading from when I was in my womb, more or less, because my father was reading to me while my mom was pregnant with me. And that was why when I was born, one of the things I picked, and scientists can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, I was very responsive to certain words, certain key terms. I reacted to them. And my vocabulary, by the time I was 5, was something else. Even at 3, they said I had a good command of the English language. I had a good command of my diction and all of that. And that was because I also grew up in a home where my father had libraries. And these libraries, interacting with them, I had a bigger vision of what life was about. I traveled to places I've never been to. I literally could feel people, taste the food they eat, smell the air they breathe in, all because I was exposed to the art of reading. And that's why when we were very happy to discover that the Delta State government, for example, is raising that standard to see to it that they, adopt high quality literature. And when they chose my book, Distortion, as the literature of study for students in the school, I was very impressed with that. I was so very impressed with that. And that tells us something. What does that mean? That at the end of the day, if the Ministry of Education doesn't sit up to do the needful, then we will not have the kind of quality education we need. We will not have the ecosystem, the business infrastructure, and the operations to run very successful publishing houses in Nigeria. But let me say this for real. There are Nigerian readers. The question is, where will they get the books? There are Nigerian authors. The question is, where are their books being sold? Where can we reach them? Like for me, I just decided that, okay, one of the strategies I can do to close that gap is to make sure that my books are not just only within my own space. I put them on Amazon, I put them on Seller, I put them on any spaces that people can, get access to it. But most importantly, I go to the audiences. We go there, we meet them where they are. And that's why this year we're hoping to start a very important conversation about national reading culture, national reading conversation, getting young people to understand that books, public speaking, and academic performance are actually intertwined.
Okay, thank you. Today is World Book Day. And we hear phrases like, if you want to hide something from a black man, write it in a book. And someone had also argued that if you give a Jew $100, he will go to buy a book. If you give an African child $100, he will buy an ice cream. What's your view about the punitive kind of education we have here and its effect on the book culture? Because we seem to read just to pass exam, not just for knowledge's sake.
I think what has happened is this, and it goes back to the home. I will always say it. Children model exactly what they see from the adults around them. And the adults around them can be parents, can be uncles, aunts, sisters, friends, neighbors, and all of that. So the question is, when was the last time your son or your daughter or your niece, for example, or your relative saw you reading a book of interest? Do you sit down to have a conversation with your children? I'll give you a background to who I am also. When I was growing up, my dad had this habit of collecting newspapers and giving all of us, incidentally, we were girls, and giving all of us a book or a page of the newspaper to read. Now, each person will take a paragraph in the newspaper and then we will read it. And each paragraph, each child was expected to explain in their own words, according to their level. It doesn't matter if the person is 5-year-old or 10 years old. You were supposed to say what you think and understood from what you have read. And so we developed the habit of not only interest in reading, but critical thinking so that we can analyze literature, so that we don't swallow everything hook, line, and sinker. And that's why by the time I was 14, I queried everything that I was taught. I dumped every belief system I was ingrained with. I threw away every kind of ideas that were already put into my head. And then I realized it was from then I began to understand that when I began to read African literature, I began to travel through African histories and African books. That was when I realized that how could we have said somebody for European descent discovered River Niger? How can we have said that the only reason why we have a significant as a tourist people, that it has to be somebody from Europe descendancy? How can we have said to ourselves, right, that in celebrating this World Book Day, the only persons that are mentioned are actually of European origin? You're not seeing a conversation of African origin where our way of storytelling was actually very vocal. In other words, we were audio storytellers. We also have the griots back in Africa, and many of them are still existing today. Griots were an exceptional people. In fact, it was from the griots that the Europeans coined the word walking encyclopedia. A walking encyclopedia was one of those persons in African history, African culture, and tradition where they had the capacity to store knowledge and information here in the head. They can store hundreds and 1,000 years of information and pass it from one griot generation to the next griot generation. We lost that particular way of documentation and historical collation of facts. And when the Europeans came and did the damage they did, what we failed to realize is that by the time this transatlantic slave happened, the best of our people were already neutralized and destroyed. And so there was no handing over. To say that Africans don't read or the best way to hide that kind of conversation is within a book, I think we insult ourselves even more when we perpetuate such narrative. I don't use that narrative in my conversation with people anymore because I know that it came from a space where somebody is telling you that the only measure of how you are intelligent is to make sure I hide something in a book. The question is, the treaties our ancestors signed in the 1300s and thereabout, those treaties, what language were they written? These treaties were written in English language, documented in paper that we could not read. Our ancestors signed that. And that was where this nonsensical narrative came from, where it said the best way to hide an information from Africa is to put it in a book. In other words, they wrote the language of business, the language of treaties, the language of the gentleman agreement where we used to have, and they changed and altered it. So it was not a language of business vocal communication anymore. It was a language of the business where I command, I use the pen and the paper and the language to subjugate you, to tell you and hide things from you. If I write something in a language that you cannot read and I ask you to sign that treaty, what have I done to you? I've hidden a secret. And so therefore, because I cannot read your language, I cannot even understand what you've written. Imagine writing that in a language I can read, no matter that, whatever that language is. You think you can hide any information from me? So when we make those kind of narratives, let us be very careful that you're also not perpetuating the idea of the conqueror, in quotes, take note, conqueror in quotes, who wants to dominate the narrative of the history. Because that's what we keep doing in Nigerian media space and in African media space. Because I just came from Kenya, where we had the African Media Festival. And one of the conversations we're having, and that is what I do, I also train, I mentor, and we run, spaces for how we can change the African narratives of how we talk about ourselves, how we talk about climate, how we talk about our beliefs that influences the decisions we make, the habits we form, the lifestyle that we have, and the choices that we make, and the lack of leadership that we should have. Because when we realize that as Africans, right, we are already blessed people. We are intelligent. There's no question about that. When you go
How many volumes do you sell of your book in the continent? Any statistics?
Yes, so I have already sold over about 5,000 books, right? And I have not even started proper marketing. I have not started proper marketing. I've not even done adverts. I have not. And that tells you something, that when people understand the power of the book that you have, they will go for it, they will love it, and they will order for it. Do you get what I mean? So we should look at it from that perspective that, oh, you want to make an impact by the kind of quality of stories that you tell. And our stories will outlast ourselves the more we push it in the eyes of our people. Our Nigerian media needs to do more. What can we do more? Bring all the African stories. You don't need to know the author. You just need to do your research, get some of these books that are well-written, high-quality literature, and just be throwing it out there for our young people. Create programs that emphasizes, right, the reading culture. I used to do something on radio when I managed a radio station as a Pioneer General Manager. And one of the things I did was introduce the idea of book reading, audio listening to books on radio. People thought that it's not realistic, that people would not love it, especially in the environment in the Niger Delta where this was set up. And people were like, people don't like to read. And I proved beyond all reasonable doubt that people love to read. The question is, are you creating it in a format, in a manner, in a tone, an approach that people are willing to consume and love to be part of it? Need to see people calling on radio, parents bringing their children as young as 3-year-old, responding to quizzes on books. We read the books live for them on radio. I mean, we read it live to them, and then they listen.
Just pointed out that you tried to see if people would be open to audio listening of books or audiobooks, and worked in your experiment. So we're talking about African authorship now of books.
Okay.
Selling narratives about Africa. So there's a report that says that a large number of primary school pupils struggle with reading for comprehension. That's on one hand. And then when we look at the percentage of Africa, the percentage Africa takes in the global book market, as of 2019, Africa only has 1.4% of the global book market. That means that we have not even yet penetrated enough into the book market. Now let's look at technology. Technology has made it easy to the point where you have ebooks. So you can choose to have audiobooks. And you actually alluded to the fact that we are audio storytellers as Africans. Do you think that given the advantage we have as Africans being audio storytellers, we have taken advantage of technology enough to the point where we're able to penetrate the global book market using audio books, using audio stories?
So in Kenya and South Africa, the power of audio storytelling via podcast is a big deal. It is navigating a space where the Gen Zs, the Gen Alphas are loving it. So there's no doubt about it. What we're saying is this: if we want to control the book market, we need to understand the relevance of our story in the first place. Two, when people go for all these MFAs that they write for international media, that they go for it with international universities, for example, or fellowships that offer this kind of creative writing programs, what often happens to them is that the integrity of their voice, the integrity of the language they use, the integrity of the originality, right, of the nuanced conversation, the nuanced experiences they have that depicts Africa as Africa, or Nigeria as a Nigerian author, a Kenyan, South African author, a Malawian author, is often removed because they are trying to feed the European audience, who have been encouraged over time and again to do what? To love reading. So they already have a culture of loving reading, and they never stopped at it. If the format required to change, they changed the format. Remember, the technology of writing was not so long ago. Back in the 60s and 50s, we knew parents who used to use the slate to write. Slate writing was a technology of writing. And then it moved to the chalkboard. From the chalkboard, it now moved to paper. Today, it's now on electronic spaces. So the question now is this: we need to retrain our teachers. The kind of teachers that should be doing things related to books, book reading, are teachers who love this and can create lesson plans from stuff like this. And we also need quality teachers who teach other subjects. Every subject is actually a subject of fun. But if we're not having our teachers, the right teachers who didn't come because they didn't have any other job, because the recruitment process of the kinds of quality of teachers we are accepting into our public and private schools are of great concern. I say this because I've also done investigative work where I went into town, I went to see private libraries, and I discovered that most of the private libraries in many private schools are not properly manned by experts. Two, anybody can go there and market their book, and they actually buy those books. So the system of book accessibility to quality accessible books is also another conversation that we need to close the gap. And then the ministry, they should stop thinking of just being, doing things for photo optics. You will go and gather issues of children having difficulty with their academics. The reason why children are not excelling in their academics is because you are having the wrong set of teachers teaching a subject they have no interest in and are not committed to, nor do they have the passion for. And the children feel that, they sense that. And then they have this optics of, oh, let's celebrate World Book Day, let's celebrate reading culture, and it's all optics. They take pictures and it ends there. You don't see follow-up, you don't see budgeting. You will need to talk about the budgeting of books in reading and the education sector in Nigeria. How much of that budget affects the Nigerian space? So when you meet with commissioners, you meet with permanent secretaries, you meet with counselors in schools, all of them tell you that there is not enough budget.
So this is my question. Let's assume that you are appointed the Minister of Education or probably the Commissioner of Education in any of the states in Nigeria. By way of policy initiative, what would be your advice to the government to initiate a policy not only to revive book reading culture in Nigeria, but to also revive it in a way that it will reflect in society, where intellectuality will be the foundation and the driving force?
The old generation have gone. We're now with a new generation of digital natives. And because they are digital natives, they consume everything digitally. In other words, our school system, right? The nature of how study is happening within school has to change. The form of just using blackboards, right, to write is no longer tenable. Students' life attention span is very low. They need excitement. They need colorful presentation. They need engaging content, short bites that will get them going. And in the world where we live today, every subject that is taught cannot just be theoretical anymore. They have to be by mass. Mass means the children need to feel what they are learning. If they don't get in contact and engaged with that which they are learning, there will be no retention. And without retention, you do not have the increase in intellectual mass. And without intellectual mass, you do not have the critical capacity to think and query and have a conversation about a dialogue, for example, that you are seeing in a book. So one of the things we need to do is this. We need, as commissioners and as minister, I'm giving that privilege to be that in that space, to be a minister for education. One, we will begin again once to decide that the quality of the teachers needs revamping. People will be hurt by it. It will raise a lot of political dust. It will cause a lot of social discord and disconnection and conversation and all of that. The reality on ground is when you go to countries like Finland, where the moment a mother is pregnant, she is inundated, as it were, with lots of books to read. That is where we are going. We want teachers who love to read, who will support the reading culture and want that to be successful. And then another thing, libraries. Our libraries will now both be physical and virtual. Then we need book clubs. We need book clubs all over Nigeria so that children will see that there's fun in going to book clubs. When I travel overseas, I go to museums that are for books. We have a library in Abuja.
For being a guest today on the show, we see that you have a lot of contribution towards improving the reading culture, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. We wish we had more time, but one thing that you also mentioned is retaining the integrity of the vocal elements that would enable comprehension of African stories. And we know that that has to do with developing the back end and the literary markets to ensure that the publicists, the agents, the editors, and everyone who's involved in the production actually understand the African context and they can carry it through. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Australia will move to Post in Perspectives because Swift Aderito is already waiting to read your messages. Hello, Swift. What do we have?
Hi, President. Today is an exciting day. We're talking about books, and of course, we are talking about reading messages. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post in Perspective. Basically, all we do is because what you say and what you write is important to us. I want to encourage you to keep writing and keep reading. So we jump right into what you've said, and so let's do this, like they say. So the first topic we are looking at that was treated here is about Nigeria joining EBRS as the 77th shareholder for growth. And the first comment we have is from Sunday Truck. Hi Sunday, thank you for always being with us. You say global financial partnership shapes economies, but how much of this will benefit the people? Nigeria needs more financial resources for development, so hopefully this brings positive change. The next person is Flying Scholar. Hi Flying Scholar, where are you flying to? You tell us, okay, congratulations. My questions now is how to partner and contribute to Nigeria's development by addressing poverty, high unemployment, and corruption. Good one. You say, I hope this isn't a situation where we will invest only to suffer loss, as it will be better if the stakeholders bring tangible benefits to our country. The next person still on this, and of course we're moving to the next topic, which is Senate moves law to position Nigeria for 1 trillion economy. One of my favorites. Nothing Star, how are you? You said by putting more debts and taxes on Nigeria, that ain't productive. The next person, of course, is Neil, and Neil says, enacting legislation to position the country for 1 trillion economy is futile without the implementation of supporting policies to drive achievements, making a bit of sense. The next topic that was treated is about DP World seeks approval for industrial park in Nigeria, and you say DP World UAE 1 billion investment in Lagos ports is a game changer for sustainable trade infrastructure. The UAE leadership is ethically energy, and the port modernization is setting a global benchmark. Nice one. Of course, we have Peter Obi's protege. How are you? You say another incoming $1 investment, just like the one where they announced before, where we still never see road since 1960. Come on. You're like, make we no lie, no press statement and no press statement economy. Now when they run plenty grammar, zero results on easy until we see DP World actually move one single sound. Well, like fuel prices going down, hopefully we'll be able to deter all your negative thoughts. And the next person is Governor. Governor, I greet you, sir. Thank you for always being here. You say the projection of ECOWAS, and of course this one is on ECOWAS currency launch by 2027, a single ECOWAS currency launch. We're hoping for this. And you said the projection on ECOWAS single currency launch has faced both physical and spiritual setbacks. Kilode. You say dates have come and gone, goalposts shifted, leaders deny signing papers. The process is more important. Show us. And you come again, a single currency goes beyond the flat rates. What is happening with connectivity in travels, borders, economical trade zones, security, uniting in dealing with other blocks, individual interests of nations. Hopefully this will be sorted, but I can't wait for a single economy for Africa. That would actually be really fine for us all. And of course the next person is W6. You say you are the world of startups. How you doing? You say while at its foster internal trade and connectivity with the national train, that you want a national train, okay, and logistics, you say we can grow 100 times better together as one, and of course that's at Africans. Guess what, guys? I took all your posts today, and that's the last post. I'll be running off, but of course on the flip side, the one I call the Governor General of all himself, Mr. Chooks with the sports, who knows everything about sports, will be coming to give you a tip on sports news. See you in a bit.
Just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45 1-57 Marseille Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance.
Welcome, this is your show. This is the beautiful part where we talk money about sports. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and welcome to Souq Sports. We go straight to where the money is. So ladies and gentlemen, now for those wondering, TNT, you heard me very right, they won the Club World Cup rights in the US. So for every English speaking coverage for FIFA World Cup rights, this cup in the United States, TNT will be making the money for the television and the broadcast later this year, and it will be available on Warner Bros. Yes, not just movies, Discovery Network, yes, not just the bushes and animals, and they will be following that sub-licenses deal with DAZN. Congratulations to them. Now let's get to Spain. RTVE, they've increased fees for Euro 2028 national team rights. Yes. Now, thank you very much for those that watch 2024. There has been a strong increase in the value of media rights to the 2028 UEFA European Championships and every national team coming out from Spain. This is for one single reason. Spain did excellently well in 2024, and that championship and the winning has brought rights up, monies more, televisions making, businesses up. Now let's go to Newcastle. Still football. Newcastle have cut their losses from last year, and this is thanks to commercials, and they also do very well. So congratulations to Newcastle. They've posted a record revenue of 320 million pounds. That for 2023-2024 season, helped by lucrative shirt deal sponsorship with Saudi brand seller. Congratulations. Now we'll get to see what happens at the end of the season, if they go higher or if they stay where they are. Now let's keep going. For those wondering, Olympics is here, money is being made, and Pennymark has kicked off for 2025. Organizers of the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games, they've announced that their first sponsorship deal for 2025 has come from no other but US mortgage lender Pennymark. They have an exclusive mortgage provider for Team USA and the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Congratulations to them. Then lastly, let's still go to these people that would never get off the news when it comes to making money and adding more portfolio to their business. TKO, you heard me right. Not just technical knockover or knockout, but TKO, they finalized another deal with the Saudi money, and they are going to boxing promotion. So say congratulations to them. So everyone out there, and you know that this is real business, sport. Africa, we can get into and get a big bite of this cake. It's just staring us in the face. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. We'll do this again tomorrow. Bye.
All right, from the sportsman, we come back to say, if you didn't take anything out of today's show, two things you should take. One is that as an African, be proud of yourself, be proud of your skin. Do not have any form of inferiority complex. And to our African authors, the good works that you were doing before, we can do much more. We had great authors like Chinua Achebe. We still have so many great authors like Chimamanda Adichie, and one that we had on the show today, Ejiro Umukoro. So let's do so much more to ensure that we tell African stories. The agents that will need, the publishing houses, the production houses that understand the African context and can translate that for better comprehension of the stories so that reading can be fun. Let's ensure we do all of that and leave the theme for this year's World Book Day, championing reading for fun. So we can do it as Africans, and this has been a show brought to you by an African media organization, Souq News TV, and the show is the Front Burners. Let's do it again tomorrow, 7 a.m. West African time. I'm Blessing Aichi. And from my fellow anchors, Dr. Dausa Osamanze and Priya Kumale, what do you say?
Yeah, it's been a good day. I'm only challenging myself and those teachers that make school not fun at all. It was very punitive. You hear it today.
Long canes.
Mokoro is coming for you. See you tomorrow.
I am Wayne Priya Krumale. Good morning to you.
Theatre Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across,
It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, she can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear. Any other and the man that age over this my came second for perform said well for that. So then to do your voice well. That is trying to things of who are just like so in all this lot that would you as your about when you use actually some people does it. Oh. Well, there's others because I was on that. This is your question. There's no one course. Yeah. Taking part in English seems to get around. Like name it's always wherever. I think to Nigeria they were just under. One just has in which is podium happening. Right? I has never believed that was I was not told the board, you know, TV, but I script any problem to deliver that. It's not board. Uh, image. Really easy. Problem. People tend to take that. Someone like stop that might then of what came from people is well where we it's about was the on but then headline people. Some and the told the nonsense happened around. Gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic, and we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, oh, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radididu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they would ask the whole nation, they would say, where are we going to take this from? They would ask everybody, they would do a census, they would do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time, to come and man the station, because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world. Something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in me, came and had his own first attack all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder. He came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, you know, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, they'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in the WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, you know, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, you know, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, that are stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. the image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have think of in the was trying to build the scandal around. And why? The student script station the broad you don't know driving the station. Who those working your so all that but like happening seems situation all and for it. Play This so, like that. Answer. I mean, for that. Who was to events with address one of answer or that I don't read on less you want you is my best present ever dress around record appeared it is was a he said to be I said not job whatever you many people bad and people jail yeah I want them and who continue get my they get more old happening to call of that school to what to be given talk and you know about area. And send you have were in the brain at school. But I oh, do not have of and this oh, India or This and Nigeria then this come issues with With the to be like do all my home to used to and in fact well one of the first one my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books and he gave them to the minister, and when the minister got there he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chekori pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when Chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Hello and blessed AHA. Many thanks for being a part of Souq podcast today. This is where we talk about a variety of issues ranging from development, business, economy, anything that is worth talking about. It happens here on Souq podcast. Now, if you've noticed over the past few editions, it's been a series dedicated to the ongoing national workshop
organized by the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation in conjunction with the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives. It is for CEOs of ministries, departments, and agencies in Nigeria. And the conversation has been about public sector accounting and auditing. I have joining me today a delectable woman, one that you will see and like, oh my gosh. But this is not all about beauty. She is from the Nigeria Social Insurance Fund, and we'll be talking about what this workshop would do in terms of public sector accounting and ensuring that funds committed to every MDA in Nigeria ends up delivering the dividends that Nigerians look for when we talk about dividends of democracy, talk about common good, talk about development. Nice to have you here on Souq Podcast, Mom. All right, so I'm awed by your amazing look. But another thing that also puts me in awe is when I find women who are in key positions making a difference in society, making a difference in Nigeria. So you are at this workshop and for your agency, NSITF. Let's look at development and public sector accounting, the relationship between what happens at various NDAs and what the people get to see. At this workshop where the conversation has been about public sector accounting, what's your take on it and how do you think is going to impact your agency?
Thank you very much. This workshop has been extremely informative. I don't think that anybody can be or attend this kind of workshop and leave the same person. I, as you know, is the MD of NSITF, and this workshop is exposing me in particular to a lot of the current trends in accounting and auditing. And in my position, we hold this position and we're very much accountable to the public on how we spend government money, how we handle it, and how we spend it. So with this workshop, what I have learned and how I believe it will make a difference in the way we continue to run the affairs of NSITF is that we have become more informed as to the various rules, regulations, practices that should guide us in the way we carry out our affairs. We also been exposed to the various activities of the PAC, Public Accounts Committee. We've also been exposed to the auditors and what constitutes queries. And the whole idea, what we would like to achieve, is a situation whereby we're not called before the PAC, Public Accounts Committee, to account for some of our malpractices, our expenditures, and our breaches in our rules and in the rules and regulations of the land. So we have learned so much on what we're supposed to do. I've also learned that what we're doing, not all of it is correct. The ones we're doing, yes, there's some of them are correct. Some of them, there leaves rooms for improvement. And generally, it has been an experience whereby we go back to our various institutions and know how to carry out activities in a more informed way because of this workshop. Definitely, it has impacted very positively on me as an individual, and I will go back and I will take it back to those of my staff, the directors in the institution, so that we can know how we can carry out activities in a more transparent and be more accountable to what we do, because these are public funds and we want to make sure that we're seen to be doing the right thing. Yes.
We're going to take it from there, seem to be doing the right thing. And I too have learned from this workshop, because I've been in there with you all, that auditing has gone beyond just the books being balanced. It's now more about value And in doing the right thing, it's about giving value to the very important things. Now, for your agency, for instance, how would this help, even in budget allocation, to the things that should be done, since it's not just about the expenditure corresponding with the fund allocated. It's not just about the books being balanced, but more now about value. And how would that translate to development for Nigeria?
Okay, yes. If I get you correctly, I think, yes, a budget is what we intend to do in a year. But we also have to prioritize what we the activities and the projects we carry out of all those budgeted items. And of course, we have to prioritize. We have to make sure that it's based on needs and availability of funds. So we'll go back and it's not just about, oh, this is budgeted for, so we must have to spend it. It's all about prioritizing the needs of the staff and carry out those ones that are highest on the list of priorities.
Okay. Can you just tell us a bit about NSITF? Some persons may be wondering, what agency is that? What do they do?
Yes. A lot of people don't know about NSITF. And with this, I'm just relatively new as an MD, but we've gone very far in creating awareness and also creating the publicity, positive publicity, so that the public at large will know exactly what we do. Now, many people don't know. Most people just see NSITF, oh, it's one of those compliance certificates we need to be able to bid. But in actual fact, NSITF, like the name says, social insurance. We're all about social insurance protection, protecting our workers. As staff, as employees, we expect to go to work and come back in the same good condition that we left our homes with. We don't expect to die on the work or at our place of work or in the course of work. We don't expect to get injuries and disabilities. So what we do is that if there is a situation whereby an employee goes to work at the workplace or in the course of work and suffers injury, death, disability, what we do is that we are there to cushion the effects of such an occasion. We're there to cushion the effect. Like, for example, if somebody dies in the place of work and your employer has registered you or your beneficiary, it means that when that person dies, that dependent will be able to claim as much as 90% of what the spouse was earning at the time of death. So it means that the beneficiary is not left destitute. The beneficiary is not left looking for how to make ends meet. We have cases whereby in various organizations, people are still collecting about 1.5 million a month because of the fact that the employer was registered by the employer, and somewhere along the line, the employee died, and because of with various calculations that we do, the dependent was entitled to 90% of that person's salary. So that person is collecting 1.5. Some people are collecting 1.3 million. So our institution is such that we cater for, we provide social protection in cases of injury, death, disability. We make sure that we cushion the hardship that might come about such eventuality. So that's basically in a nutshell. If I sit here and tell you everything, we won't finish today. But we intend to increase our publicity, the output of our publicity, where in the next few months we're going to be putting out adverts, jingles to make people more aware of what we do. We also provide health and safety audits to make sure that the workplace is safe, to make sure that the fatalities are reduced. You know, if we are able to educate the various employers on how to keep their workplace safe, it will also reduce the number of claims being made in it. Therefore, there will be deaths, there will be injuries. I'm sure you understand
Yes,
what
of
I'm
course.
saying.
You know what they say, prevention is better than cure. Thank you so much. So we've been able to do two things here. Talk about the workshop and also enlighten you about different MDAs in Nigeria. I bet a lot of persons didn't know what NSITF does, but now you do know. So just in case you're an employer or you're an employee, you could ask your employer, are you registered with the NSITF? Now, these are some of the agencies that the federal government of Nigeria has created to ensure that the Nigerian worker doesn't just go to work and return earn salary at the end of the month. Other aspects of your life, eventualities are also catered for. Thank you so much for being on the show, ma'am. We've been talking with Maureen Alago, who is the MD of NSITF on Souq Podcast. I'll let you continue with your training. It concludes today.
Yes, it
wow,
does.
It's been a wonderful ride.
It has been a wonderful experience, a very wonderful experience. And I just hope that most MDs, DGs will find the need to appear personally in such workshops and not send people to represent them, because there is a lot to learn from these few days of engagements. We've learned so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Very much.
And this workshop has been coordinated by Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We'll take a break. Souq Podcast continues after this time. Just stay tuned. Many thanks for staying tuned to Souq Podcast. We've been on a special series on the national workshop for MCEOs of the various ministries, departments, and agencies in Nigeria, and the conversation has been about public sector accounting and auditing. Yes, I have the honor of hosting on Souq Podcast today. Rep Bamdeli Salamu is Chairman Public Accounts Committee of the House of Reps in Nigeria. Great to have you on Souq Podcast.
Thank you very much. My pleasure being here. Thank you.
So finally, the workshop, which began some days ago, has come to an end. Let's talk about the aim of the workshop and why the CEOs of the various MDAs was brought together to talk about public sector accounting.
Well, like I did say in the presentation I made earlier in the course of the program, for any organization, especially the leadership of the organization, there is always a need to grow with trends. Public accounting, auditing, and issues around public sector financing has gone digital, if I must say. There are quite a lot of things that have changed in the last couple of years. There are a lot of things that are still changing in the way that we do things. And if we do not create a platform where experts can come together with the leadership of organizations, especially in the public sector, we'll find a situation where there will be so much friction between those organizations and the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation, which will eventually result in not only audit queries, but citing before the Public Account Committee of the National Assembly. And we feel that if we are all working together for the same purpose, which is service delivery, we should create a platform where we can all come together and listen to ourselves so that we know those issues that are frequently in contention, and the development in the aspect of public accounting, auditing, and public finance management generally, so that all our organizations will be compliant and will have less cases of flouting of financial regulations, flouting of laws, Appropriation Act, Public Procurement Act, and all other laws that govern public finances. So that is the reason why we put together this series of programs with the Auditor General for the Federation, and I'm glad with what I witnessed here and the report I got from the previous days that it's really been very impactful. It's really been very productive. and there's been a lot of engagement which has shown that there is a change in attitude, a change in understanding of what was the case before a participant came here for the training program.
Let's backtrack a little. Now, the Public Accounts Committee reviews financial statements submitted by the Accountant General for the Federation and even the Auditor General for the Federation. What's your assessment in the way that public funds are being used to bring developments to the people? And what do you think this workshop will be able to correct, if there is anything to correct so far?
All right, let me give an instance. For example, let me draw some examples from the 2020 report of the Auditor General for the Federation submitted to the National Assembly late last year. You know, there are quite a whole lot of issues that usually bring up citing or indictment, if I may put it, on this agency. For example, issues around over budgetary expenditure. There are issues around, you know, lack of due process in award of contract. And there are issues around unlawful environment, that is moving of monies appropriated by the National Assembly for one purpose up to another. There are also a lot of issues around lack of proper documentation. You know, how to keep our account books, vouchers and the procedure they have to take, how to keep a record of revenue generated by those agencies and remittances of those agencies to appropriate account of the federal government, either that of the federal government or that of the account of the Federation, which the three tiers of government share from federal, state and local government. There are quite a whole, these are just examples of some of the issues that the Accountant General have identified almost year in, year out, you know, on the account books of so many agencies. In addition, there is also a requirement of those agencies, and this has to do with documentation, to render accounts and have their audited accounts submitted to the Office of the Auditor General and Accountant General of the Federation every year. There is a timeline, March and May of every year, which many organizations, you know, have defaulted in terms of doing. In addition to this is also the very unfortunate incidents of, you know, extra budgetary expenditure. Now, by the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, every monies that will be spent by any ministry, department or agency must be appropriated by the National Assembly. But you have so many organizations that either spend above what was approved by the National Assembly or spend even money that were not appropriated at all. These are very grievous offenses, if I may use that word, which the financial regulation and the laws of the Federation do not look kindly at. But the good news is that there are things that can be avoided. And what the situations that result in this, we have listened to these agencies in a manner that can also improve the processes of appropriation in the National Assembly, and you know, helping us to also do certain things in a faster you know, method, taking into consideration the fact that most of the MDAs have targets to deliver, and if our own process is very slow, it affects theirs, and the public is the one that that eventually bears the brunt. You remember when I was speaking, I also spoke about the digitalization of the processes, the working process of the Public Account Committee, in a manner that makes us do less paperwork, work more efficiently, work more smartly, and work more productively. So these are some of the things which this workshop has really helped us to be able to deepen our understanding on, in terms of having the three-way communication, the Auditor General, the MDAs, and then the Public Account Committee, which sits more like a jury over reports of the Auditor General for the Federation.
All right, sitting as juries, that means you have the power to make judgments where a financial statement does not comply with what it's supposed to, the requirement, and you have the power to recommend sanctions. In doing this, how much of sanity would you say the PAC has been able to bring to MDAs?
Yes, I would say significantly we have been able to, because number one, nobody wants to be indicted, because the consequences are very grave. The consequences can range from you know, making a ruling that such an agency should not be funded from the federal budget, It may involve sanctions, asking that certain monies be refunded by the erring officer of government. It may involve reporting such an individual to prosecuting agencies to take such an officer to court and prosecute. These are all, consequences. And like I said, I'm not sure anybody will just want to have any of these consequences, applied to them. But one thing that I want to emphasize is, and I want our MDAs to really understand this, at least I can say this of the Public Accounts Committee of the 10th National Assembly. Yes, we have the powers. Yes, there are those consequences that are provided for by law, but we believe more in helping these agencies to avoid those mistakes, to avoid those things that might even have been done, erroneously or willingly, by letting them know that there are expectations from the public. The public expects us that when these monies are appropriated, these monies are applied to the right cause in a manner that will solve the problems. If we are able to solve the problems of the public, we are all winners, because the chief executive of the agency, the man, the Auditor General's office, the Public Account Committee member, we all live in the same society. We want our roads to be fixed. We want hospitals to work. We want the water system to be better. We want security of life and property. Everybody wants this. So if we avoid doing those things that lead to waste, those things that lead to inefficiency, those things that lead to corruption, if we avoid them, we all win. So we emphasize more on the need for these agencies to do things rightly, to do things justly, to do things lawfully, rather than waiting until they do those things wrongly and then we come and hit the hammer. Well, you may hit the hammer, there may have been consequences, but the deed has been done. And the consequences of those deeds done may be very fatal. For example, if the money is meant to fix an oxygen plant in a hospital and the money was diverted or whatever, people die because they have no access to oxygen. You can't bring them back to life, even if you send them out to prison. Those who have died have gone. So it is better that we work with them in a manner that will let them know that the consequences of doing things wrongly are very grave, and there is a lot of benefit in doing them right and helping them to improve on those aspects of their processes that may be resulting in flouting of these financial regulations and laws of government. We believe strongly that this has more benefits than just looking at the adversarial level, the judgment level, the punishment level, even though that is still there, and we do wield the big stick when it becomes necessary. Recently, we're doing an investigation on the expenditure for COVID-19, and we discovered that a ministry got a sum of 10 billion naira to establish a vaccine production plant, and they never, established any vaccine production plant, and didn't return the money to the federal government account. These are some of the things that you see, and you just wonder what exactly is happening. And we had to really, come hard on them and direct that such monies should immediately be refunded back to the treasury of government, where the money was refunded. Imagine what 10 billion naira can do. Imagine how many blocks of classrooms that can construct, how many laboratories it can provide, and so on and so on. So these are just some of the examples of the things that do happen. And when such things happen, we have to come hard on such an MDA.
All right. So the Public Accounts Committee is a very key committee in the House of Reps and even in the upper chamber, the Senate chamber. In terms of public sector reform, what are you looking at to help the MDAs deliver effectively on their respective mandates? What recommendations have been made in the past, and what are the new ones to be made?
Well, I mentioned a few in my earlier statement, but to be very specific now, I think one of the problems we do have with our processes and the MDAs in terms of public sector financing begins from the budget level. We are looking at a situation where we will be able to gradually transit from this envelope system of budgeting, because imagine a project that is going to cost 1 billion naira. and then you have an envelope in the budget of 50 million naira. So if you budget 50 million naira for a project that will cost 1 billion naira, you are very sure that that project will not be delivered. And there's no way that anybody can even start anything meaningful with 50 million naira of a project of 1 billion naira. So we believe very strongly that the envelope system of budgeting, even though it has some advantages, has a whole lot of disadvantages and is really impacting negatively on the ability of most of our MDAs to deliver on their core mandate. Another thing is that even after the approval of the budget, the executive also takes a lot of time in implementing those budgets. So if we say we have gone back to a budget cycle of January to December of every year, and by June and July of a financial cycle, we have not started implementation of a budget. We do not have any capital release as at July of a particular year. It will be very difficult, going by the provisions of the public procurement law, to expect those agencies to be able to deliver on those mandates that are included in the Appropriation Act within this few months of the year, if they will do things thoroughly and diligently. And then another area has to do with the issue of supervision, and that is where the oversight of the National Assembly comes in. The various committees of the House are taking the issue of oversight more seriously now, so that we don't wait until the deed is done. We engage with the various agencies right from the scratch to work together with them in a manner that will make us be able to supervise the implementation of the budget in a manner that will make us more efficient. Of course, there is also the issue of capacity in some of the agencies, and I must say this: we have discovered that some of the agencies lack the required capacity to deliver on some of the things that are appropriated for them in the budget. And if they don't have the technical capacity to deliver, there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. A man can only give what he has. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have it. So these are some of the things that we have identified as problems in the various implementation of the mandates of the various MDs. And as an institution, the House of Reps is committed to helping these agencies, helping government to ensure that we reduce all these bottlenecks, we reduce all these problems in a manner that will make us, deliver better service to the public.
All right. Now let's talk about equipping those who will deliver the service. Now this workshop has been coordinated by Africa Development Studies Center. Why did PAC choose to let them coordinate? What's your take on human capital development and the role that Africa Development Studies Center is playing, and in this one that it has collaborated with Public Accounts Committee and also Office of the Auditor General for the...
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the 10th Assembly of the National Assembly, especially the committee I have the privilege of chairing, since the commencement of our work in the month of October of 2023, we have taken the African Development Studies Center as a major partner in human capital development. The unveiling of the committee itself came with a very robust training program for members of the committee. So as a committee, we ourselves need to be well equipped to be able to drive the capacity development of our major stakeholders. So it begins with us. And, from October till now, our committee has embarked on 4 major training programs. We have had 1 international training programs. We have had 3 local training programs in the last 7 or 8 months thereabout of our operation as a committee. And the African Study Development Center is a major partner in this regard. We look forward to deepening this engagement. And this is one of the ways we are deepening it, this collaboration with the Auditor General's office. We are also identifying some other major stakeholders that we can collaborate with to target specific cadres of officers in the public service to ensure that we do training and retraining. There's no other way, because the world is dynamic. You cannot use yesterday's strength to run today's race. You have to keep, fueling. You have to keep recharging. And it is only through these human capital development programs that you can get that done. So I assure you that this is something that will work for that one.
Very insightful and powerful word of wisdom you just dropped there. You cannot use yesterday's strength to run today's race.
All right, now let's talk now to those who you represent, Nigerians, who the rep members are there for. Some of them sometimes see members at the house, tour committees, and sometimes they're wondering, why did it take so much time in deliberating? Could you take us through what it takes to do your job?
Yeah, I just remember that, my son asked me one time, Daddy, apart from holding meetings, what other thing do you do? I said, there's no other thing we do, it's meetings that we do. Yeah, that's our job. That's the work of the parliament. The parliament is a place of discourse. The parliament is a place of debate. It's a place of conversation everywhere in the world. And it is the debate, the discussion that we have that result in the most principle of our work, which is lawmaking. We make laws for good governance, for security, for welfare of Nigeria. And you can't make laws without, having discussions. If anybody brings in a bill to the House, which is the first stage of lawmaking, it has to come to the House for first reading. It goes through the second reading where you have a discussion on the major principles of the bill. And then if the bill passes through the second reading, it goes to the stage of public hearing, where you then call all persons that should ordinarily be interested in the bill, the stakeholders, to come together and discuss. It's also a discussion, it's also a meeting, to bring their input, to look at the bill and tell us the merits and so on and so forth, before it goes back to the House for consideration of the report by the whole House, and for the third reading when it is passed, into law. So that is the principal function of the House. And like I said in answering some earlier questions, we have the responsibility of oversight. The oversight is the, supervision aspect, to ensure that you don't just pass laws and go to sleep. Are the laws we passed being obeyed? Are they being implemented? Don't forget, even the Appropriation Act itself is a law. You vote so amount of money to be used for the reconstruction of social road. Is it being done? Is it being done in the manner where it should be done? The Committee on Works will look at that. You voted money for equipping of teaching hospital. The Committee on Health will come and do that. You vote money for purchase of equipment by the military, maybe some fighter jet and so on. The Committee on Defense or Army or so will come and do this. That's another thing we do. And then finally, the work of representation, bringing what has now come to be known as dividends of democracy to the people at home. Now, the federal government is a very large institution. Somebody cannot sit in Abuja, for example, and know the need of a community called Ikoton in Egbedo local government of Osun State, or a place called Alajuo in Ede South, or if you're there in Ejigbo. They can't know. It is me, as their representative, that will go back to the federal government and say, well, you know what? In Ifeodun federal constituency, there is no motorable road. We have a federal road that links Iwo to Ejigbo to Ifeodun to Oyo State. It's a federal road. We need it fixed. And then we put that in the budget or in any other way through which it can be implemented. So that is the role of representation, where we act as the spokesperson of the persons who voted us into office. So basically what we do is talking. What we do is meeting. And that is the work, because that is what democracy is all about. Democracy is about discussion, it's about engagement, it's about representation.
All right, finally, after a week of training, what is your message to the participants at this national workshop? What are you expecting to see differently when your committee receives financial statements?
Yes, well, very importantly is the need for us to make use of the knowledge that we have learned here, so that we do not appear like the man that the Bible describes as the man who looks at the mirror, and by the time he leaves, he's forgotten what he looks like. We have looked at the mirror here. We have seen, we have heard, we have read things that we need to do better and differently. And it must not stop there. We have to then apply the knowledge. It is the application of knowledge that is called wisdom. The man who has knowledge and refuses to apply them is not the wise man. I expect every participant in this program to be wise. And that is to apply those things we have learned in making sure that our books are tidier, that our processes are lawful, that our execution of projects are value-driven than they had ever been. By the time all these things happen, we'll have less case for inviting agencies to come and defend this, come and explain this, come and shed more light on this. you have very less incident of such happening.
Thank you so much, Rev Bamdeli Salam, Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Reps Nigeria, for being with us on Souq Podcast today. We thank you so much that your committee saw it necessary not just to sit and expect that the right thing is done, but to take the step to ensure that those who will do the work know exactly what to do. And we hope Nigeria soon will begin to reap the rewards of this workshop.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being with you. Thank you.
And this is where we wrap it up on the special series of the Souq podcast, where we've been having interactions with the organizers and participants at the national workshop organized by Office of the Auditor General for the Federation in collaboration with Public Accounts Committee of the House of Reps Nigeria to train, to equip MDAs, CEOs of ministries, departments, and agencies with current trends in public sector accounting and auditing. We do know that at the time of scarce resources, what we do with the resource that we have is very important. I'm Blessing AG. Watch out for what's next on Souq Podcast on the next edition.
Nigerians aspire for the fruits of democracy to manifest in quality infrastructure and investment in human capital development. According to the reviewed National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan, Nigeria needs an investment of $2.3 trillion over the next 30 years to close its public infrastructure deficit. The current administration under President Bola Tinubu grapples with a huge debt burden. Nigeria's public debt stock, which includes external and domestic debt, stood at 121.67 trillion naira in first quarter of 2024. Driven by the need to fulfill citizens' desires, the federal government focuses on enhancing revenue generation by creating a conducive environment for business growth. Against this backdrop, examining the tax reform bills, also known as the new tax bill, becomes necessary. In an endeavor to establish a cohesive fiscal framework governing taxation in Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu introduced and presented the tax reform bills to the National Assembly in October 2024, an amalgamation of 4 distinct bills. The tax reform bills consisting of the Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Bill 2024, Nigeria Revenue Service Bill 2024, Nigeria Tax Administration Bill 2024, and Nigeria Tax Bill 2024 currently have passed the second reading stage in the Senate. This is aimed at overhauling the country's fiscal policies. The reform focuses on value-added tax, VAT adjustments, corporate tax restructuring, a tax tribunal with statutory responsibilities to settle disputes, and targeted incentives for medium and small-sized enterprises, technology, and manufacturing. The goal is clear: to simplify the tax system, increase government revenue, and stimulate growth.
Many of the laws that we have in Nigeria today around taxation we inherited from our colonial masters. For example, the stamp duty law is a law of 1939. In 1939, the world had not envisaged that there would be the internet. Trying to apply a law of 1939 in 2024 does not show that we are people that are ready for the next generation. Because of this, we decided that instead of amending our old laws that we inherited from the colonial masters, why don't we write new ones for ourselves? And this has been done in many countries across the world. This is what led to us trying to harmonize so many taxes that we have in Nigeria into few high revenue yielding, broad-based taxes, and eliminate those taxes that impose burden on our poorest people and small businesses, so they can have the opportunity to thrive. It is when our people are prosperous that you have the ability to pay taxes. We do not want to tax capital anymore. We do not want to tax investments. We do not want to tax poverty. Of course, we do not want to tax seed. We will wait and tax the fruits when people have invested and they are making prosperity.
Let's briefly delve into the provisions of the new tax reform bills. The bills propose a change to the distribution of value-added tax, VAT. It recommends 10% for the federal government, 55% for state, and 35% for local government councils. It also increases the derivation reflected in the allocation distribution among states and local governments from 20% to 60% in the spirit of fairness. The reform bills advocate zero VAT on exports and essentials such as food, education, healthcare, renewable energy, rent, and public transportation. Addressing the needs of Nigerian workers, the bill provides an exemption from personal income tax for employees earning 800,000 naira and below annually. Other beneficiaries of this exemption include low-income households. To make the business climate more favorable, particularly for small businesses, the bill proposes a tax exemption of 50 million naira annual turnover for small businesses, doubling the 25 million naira turnover earlier recommended by the Taiwo Oyedele-led Presidential Committee for Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. This section of the bill also grants tax relief to small businesses with total assets of 250 million naira, broadening the scope of beneficiaries. This serves as an economic stimulus for vital economic sectors and enables growth. To tackle the issue of multiple taxation, the bill proposes a reduction in the current company income tax to be implemented in two phases, 27.5% in 2025 and 25% in 2026. Furthermore, the bill introduces a 4% development levy payable until 2029. Subsequently, by 2030, the development levy will decrease to 2%, designated solely for the Nigerian Education Loan Fund. As a result, the new tax bill phases out the 2.5% education tax, 0.25% National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure tax, and 1% National Information Technology Development levy, aiming to consolidate the various taxes and levies companies pay. The new tax bill emphasizes the importance of registering and utilizing tax identification number TIN to improve tax compliance and data collection. The bill serves as an update to tax laws reflecting current developments. It addresses the rise of digital businesses and emerging sectors, ensuring tax provisions align with modern economic activities to help enhance government revenue. Regarding tax administration, the bill seeks to enhance compliance and improve coordination between FIRS and state tax authorities. Reducing redundancies and strengthening enforcement will increase revenue generation at lower collection costs. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses thrive.
After Nigeria, in West Africa, the second lowest VAT rate is 15%. Okay? It's weird that in Nigeria we want the best of everything as long as we don't have to pay taxes. Across the developed world, there are countries where people pay as much as 18, 20, 25% tax, even in Africa, VAT. So it's a welcome development. And of course, while you look at, the percentage in and of itself, I think what you should also look at is that while VAT is going up, many goods have been exempted from paying VAT. So if you're buying food items from the shelves now, there's a VAT component. Going forward, the VAT component will be removed. The same thing for medicines and healthcare and a lot of other things. And of course, considering the fact that now that the companies that are paying VAT are currently paying education tax, paying cybersecurity levy, paying a whole lot of other things. So by the time you pull out a lot of these components from the taxes they are paying, yes, VAT will go up, but as an aggregate, taxes could actually go down. I also understand that there's a portion, especially if you're investing in infrastructure, of your VAT that you get to reclaim because you are spending it on things that will be around in the country for a long run. But really, moving the VAT from 7 to 15% is in line with global best practices.
For example, in terms of our own operation, we have a lot of taxes that is coming from the federal, coming from the state, even from the local government. So I'm of the opinion that implementation of the tax reform will eventually streamline the whole process of bringing every tax administration into a singular format. And also imagine that you are having all different manners of taxations. People coming to our company today, they are from local government, other people are from state, then from federal. So if we have a uniform tax administration, I think it's only just natural that seamless process we definitely address a whole lot of issues. So for me, the time of me attending to someone from local government, attending to someone from the state, someone from the federal government would have actually be diverted into a more productive activity within my operations.
Despite their potential benefits, the reforms have sparked heated debates. Some critics of the tax reform bills cite inadequate consultation with critical stakeholders as a reason for their opposition. Other challengers argued that the bills have the tendency to create fiscal crisis in some states and further impoverish Nigerians. A major contentious part of the bill is the section dealing with VAT distribution. Governors of the 19 northern states, traditional rulers and stakeholders from the region have voiced concerns about the distribution of VAT based on derivation.
VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. What do some experts call trust deficit? Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken.
Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Zulum expressed that VAT provisions in the bill would only benefit Lagos and River states. Zulum advised the federal government to take a pause and expunge some of the clauses which it claims are inimical to the North. Responding to Northern Governor's opposition to the proposed VAT sharing formula, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, says The misconception about the proposal to increase VAT shared to states from 20% to 60% is based on the erroneous understanding that the proposed 60% would be based on the current remittance model of derivation with the headquarters effect. He clarified that the proposal is 60% based on the consumption model of derivation.
There's a whole lot of politics around the conversation on what VAT should be. The Northern elders and leaders are well aware that this reform is good for the national interest. And I think what people really should have focused on is not to argue about the current state of things. People should be focused on going forward. How is the Northern state going to industrialize in the face of the challenge that the economy generally or globally is facing? Why is this suspicion? The suspicion is because Lagos is industrialized. Lagos is industrialized because they have created an ecosystem for businesses to prosper. And this is what should be replicated in all the states of the Federation, so there should be no fear. Now, we are not changing the revenue allocation formula for the consolidated revenue account. That's not changing. It's only VAT, which is just supplementary to the normal sharing formula. I think everybody should really be consoled. For us, it's a progressive move, and I think Nigeria need this. We've talked about, people talk about how to redefine our federation for too long, but I think these are the definite move that actually will portray us as federation and not a unitary state.
So many people have actually been clamoring for adjustments and changes in the tax system, because the basis for which these existing tax structures were formed, Nigeria has actually moved beyond those levels and beyond those stages. So they are no longer favorable to the present economic situation of the country. You can imagine someone that earns a minimum salary of about 800,000 per annum is still paying about 80-something thousand, which we may say a kind of minimum tax to a personal person, not even talking about company now. And even with the present tax system, a company that does not make profit is even paying tax. I totally agree with the new reform that is actually ongoing. So the fiscal policy of the government, which is based on this reform, is to, in a way, address it. Let me give you an instance. The income tax relief for low earners. So, like the existing one, if you are earning 800k as your minimum, you are paying 1% on that. But with this new reform, 800 and below, you are not paying tax, you are exempted. Is that not a relief?
In the same vein, Oyedele says there is a need for urgency in the passage of the tax reform bills to provide relief for businesses and Nigerians who are experiencing multi-dimensional poverty, stating that the Finance Act will become null and void once the tax reform is enacted. The draft of the tax reform bill was framed by a team led by Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. President Tinubu inaugurated the committee in August 2023 and tasked it with improving fiscal governance, simplifying the tax system, and enhancing economic growth. According to the leader of the 10th Senate, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, the new tax bill reflects the present administration's commitment to equity, efficiency, and sustainable development. The tax reform bill has scaled second reading at the National Assembly and is now before the Senate Committee on Finance for more stakeholder engagement. Ultimately, it is hoped that what is right for Nigeria's fiscal future and economy prevails. At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is
A very good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on the media news here on Souq News Television. First, the headlines. Nigeria officially joins European Bank for Reconstruction Development. Nigeria hits record power generation of 5,801.84 megawatts. All share index declines by 467.77 points. The Lagos State government unveils key road projects today. Details after this break. And now the news in full. We begin from the home front as we share that Nigeria has officially joined the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development as its 77th shareholder, marking a significant step in the country's engagement with international financial institutions. According to a press statement published by the bank on its website, Nigeria submitted its request to join the bank in April 2024. The Board of Governors approved its membership in the May of same year. The development follows the EBRD's decision to expand its scope to include sub-Saharan Africa and Iraq. However, for Nigeria to become a recipient of EBRD investments, the amendment must receive formal acceptance from a majority of the bank's shareholders. And still in Nigeria, the diplomatic and economic ties with China are taking a strategic turn with the appointment of Joseph Tegbe as the Director General of the Nigeria-China Strategic Partnership. This move underscores Nigeria's commitment to strengthening trade, investment, and infrastructure cooperation with its largest trading partner. For over 5 decades, Nigeria and China have cultivated a growing economic partnership with trade volumes surpassing $20 billion annually. Tegbe's appointment is expected to play a crucial role in balancing this trade relationship, particularly by boosting Nigeria's exports and reducing dependency on Chinese imports. His role will also focus on enhancing technology transfer, industrial cooperation, and infrastructure development, building on agreements reached during President Bola Tinubu's recent state visit to China. Maritime stakeholders have backed the reintroduction of the International Cargo Tracking Note at Nigerian ports. The stakeholders, who spoke at an event in Lagos, noted that the move marks a pivotal movement for the nation's maritime sector. They underscored the strategic importance of enhancing transparency, reducing illicit trade, and improving Nigeria's position in global maritime trade, saying the Nigerian Shippers Council should be well empowered to facilitate the process. Speaking on the tracking notes, Executive Secretary, Nigerian Shippers Council, Pius Akusa, emphasized that the ICTN is not a new initiative to the Nigerian Shippers Council, stressing that the council had successfully managed in the past before it was suspended. The Nigerian oil share index declined by 467.77 points, closing at 106,436.48 yesterday, marking 3 consecutive trading days in the negative. This decline reflects a 0.44% drop from Tuesday's close of 106,904.25, coinciding with a decrease in trading volume. Daily trading volume also fell slightly to 389.5 million shares compared to 395.4 million on Tuesday, indicating a 1.49% reduction. Also, market capitalization decreased to 66.6 trillion across 11,423 transactions. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has promised hard times for producers of adulterated beverages following the arrest of one Anthony Chidi at the Mile 3 market in the Diobu area of Port Harcourt, the River State capital. Public Relations Officer, South Zone, NAFDAC, Cyril Moyen, who disclosed this in a statement, said that the man, aged 52, was caught inside the popular market washing used bottles of various brands of alcoholic beverages. Speaking earlier, Director NAFDAC South Zone, Chukuma Olegbu, reiterated the agency's commitment to clamping down on perpetrators of such illicit acts. Glad to know that you're still with us. We take a break now and return after this one. Thanks for staying with us. Glad to know that you are still here. The National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC, has launched the end-of-life vehicle regulation to drive a circular economy, generate employment, and enhance environmental sustainability. NADDC Director General Joseph Osanikmi and Minister of State for Industry John Eno unveiled the ELV regulation at a stakeholders engagement and ministerial press conference in Lagos. According to Osanikmi, the ELV regulation is expected to generate over 40,000 direct and indirect jobs by formalizing vehicle recycling, dismantling, and repurposing operations. Also speaking at the event, Minister of State for Industry John Eno emphasized the importance of recycling in job creation and economic growth, stressing that regulation will protect the economy, boost employment, enhance road safety, and heal the environment. Eno called on Nigerians to support the initiative, saying only lip service was paid to ELV regulation in the past, while other countries had moved ahead. The seat is The Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Limited, NLNG, has reiterated its focus on reducing carbon emissions to meet evolving market expectations. Speaking at the just concluded Nigeria International Energy Summit in Abuja, Deputy Managing Director of NLNG, Olakule Osobo, stated that NLNG's multifaceted strategy for energy transition include incorporating carbon capture and storage technologies and harnessing renewables. Other strategies are implementing a comprehensive greenhouse gas and energy management plan, as well as modernizing its LNG. It's to enhance fuel efficiency and reduce carbon emissions. Oshobo disclosed that NLNG has embarked on a fleet renewal initiative as part of its commitment to operational efficiency. Incorporating modern LNG carriers such as the company's chartered vessels, LNG Arcturus and LNG Axios 2, the Deputy Managing Director said the vessels replaced older stream-powered ships which have significantly reduced carbon emissions, while enhancing fuel efficiency and reinforcing NLNG's leadership in value chain decarbonization. And Nigeria's electricity sector has reached a new milestone, recording its highest ever peak power generation of 5,801.84 megawatts and a maximum daily energy generation of 128,370.75 megawatt hours. The Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, confirmed this in a statement noting that the record was achieved on March 4, 2025 at 9:15 hours with a stable frequency of 49.69. The generated power was efficiently transmitted to distribution companies, ensuring improved electricity supply to consumers. This achievement follows a steady rise in generation capacity, with previous records of 5,713.60 megawatts on March 2nd and 5,543.20 megawatts on February 14. The TCN attributed the progress to ongoing improvements in grid stability, increased generation from power plants, and enhanced infrastructure investments. Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu welcomed the development, emphasizing the government's commitment to strengthening the sector through reforms and collaboration with key stakeholders. Special Advisor to the President on Energy, Oluvehejan, highlighted that while this progress is commendable, addressing sector-wide challenges such as financial liquidity and gas supply issues remains crucial for sustainable growth. And the federal government has introduced a Digital Bridge Institute (DBI) certification program to address Nigeria's digital skills gap and enhance workforce capabilities. DBI President David Dasser emphasized his role in equipping individuals with globally recognized ICT certifications, boosting employability, and driving digital economic growth. A subsidiary of the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), DBI is partnering with Cisco, Microsoft, and Huawei to ensure training meets global standards. The initiative aligns with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, prioritizing youth development and job creation, as stakeholders warn Nigerians risk lagging in the global knowledge economy. And the price of premium motor spirit (PMS), commonly known as petrol, could decline further as crude oil prices continue to fall, with Brent crude settling at $71.62 per barrel and West Texas Intermediate crude dropping to $68.37 per barrel, its lowest in over 12 weeks. Industry experts attribute petrol price fluctuations in Nigeria to crude oil prices and the Naira's exchange rate against the dollar. Recently, Dangote Refinery reduced its ex-depot petrol price from 890 Naira to 825 per litre, prompting NNPCL to adjust its pricing accordingly. Economists predict petrol prices could fall below 700 Naira per litre if the Naira remains stable and crude prices continue to decline. However, analysts warn that geopolitical tensions or supply disruptions could reverse the trend. We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories. Don't go away. Thanks for being there. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has projected that Nigeria's trade relations with Morocco could generate up to $2.5 billion annually if existing trade barriers are removed. Speaking at a stakeholders meeting on Nigeria-Morocco trade relations, Abbas, represented by House Leader Professor Julius Nyonvere, emphasized the importance of leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFTA) and improving legislative frameworks to facilitate trade. Key trade areas include petroleum, agriculture, telecommunications, and financial technology. Discussions also covered the need for a direct shipping route, the avoidance of double taxation, and enhanced economic collaboration to maximize bilateral investment opportunities. And here at the Center of Excellence, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is set to unveil 3 major road projects today, improving connectivity and easing traffic congestion in Koshofe and Agbo-Iketu. These roads will serve as alternative links to Ikorodu Road, benefiting residents and businesses. The roads scheduled for unveiling include Demorin Road in Koshofe local government area, as well as Agidi and Church Streets in Agbo-Iketu LCDA. According to the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, the move aligns with the administration's commitment to enhancing infrastructure for economic growth and smoother transportation. The Demorin-Agidi Road, a vital arterial route, connects Ketu with major markets and residential areas, providing an alternative bypass to Ikorodu Road, previously heavy on traffic and inadequate drainage systems, which led to its deterioration, causing difficulties for commuters. The state government has now upgraded the road to a more durable standard to withstand increased usage with improved access to key business hubs like Mile 12 markets, Owode Oniri Auto Parts markets. The rehabilitated roads are expected to boost commerce and ease daily commuting for thousands of Lagosians. Still in transport, the Nigerian Railway Corporation (NRC) has assured Inland Containers Nigeria Limited (ICNL) of seamless container movement from Apapa Port to Kaduna and Kano. NRC Managing Director made a commitment during a meeting with ICNL's leadership in Lagos. The partnership aims to boost cargo transport efficiency, adding 50 to 100 containers daily via Apapa, Ijoko, Ilorin, Mina, and Kaduna. NRC is also in talks with major manufacturers like Dangote and BUA to expand rail freight operations. A federal high court in Kaduna has ordered the temporary forfeiture of over 1.37 billion naira allegedly diverted into the private account of Indo-Kaduna Mart JV Nigeria Limited. This ruling follows an ongoing investigation by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, into financial irregularities involving Kaduna State officials. The court, presided over by Justice G.M. Kabara, granted the ex parte order on February 28, directing that a public notice be published in 2 national newspapers. This allows interested parties to come forward and contest the forfeiture before a final ruling is made. The recovered funds have been deposited into the ICPC recovery accounts at the Central Bank of Nigeria. The case stems from alleged financial mismanagement between 2015 and 2023 involving Kaduna State officials. The federal government, acting as the applicant, seeks to recover the funds under the advance fee fraud and other related offenses. If no legal challenge is made, the money could be permanently forfeited to the government, marking another milestone in Nigeria's anti-corruption efforts. The Obafemi Awolowo Foundation will host the 2025 Awolowo Memorial Webinar themed Our 21st Century, World Reflections and Projections. This virtual event will be chaired by former South African President Thabo Mbeki with economist Jeffrey Sachs, Director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, delivering the keynote address. The webinar will bring together policymakers, academics, industry leaders, and students to explore global progress, disparities, and Africa's development. Discussions will center on four sub-themes: the economy, technology, focusing on artificial intelligence, and North-South dynamics, and Africa's development options. Other notable speakers include Kingsley Moghalu, former CBN Deputy Governor, Professor Ehosa Osage, Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, development expert Brian Kagoro, and Professor Sheun Kolade of Sheffield Business School. The event will be moderated by intellectuals from top Nigerian universities, reinforcing its role in advancing Awolowo's legacy of sustainable development. We wrap up with the sports stories right after this break. The FIFA Talent Development Scheme (TDS) coordinator in Nigeria, Nasiru Jibril, has praised the program's impact since its 2023 launch, noting its role in scouting and nurturing young football talents nationwide. Following a nationwide scouting program and multiple training camps, 48 promising players have been added to the NFF's official database. This initiative aligns with FIFA's push for consistent youth development, especially with the Under-17 World Cup now an annual event. Jibril emphasized the need for more international exposure for young players, stating that sustained investment in early talent development will help Nigeria reclaim its dominance in youth football. And that's all we have for you on the midday news here on Souq News Television. Do not forget that you can follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. My name is Temitope Omole. Many thanks for watching. Have a good afternoon.
We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowls and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule. It's surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Reading is a vital part of development. It offers benefits such as an increased vocabulary, heightened empathy, and increased concentration, all of which make it essential for children. Thankfully, a day has been set aside to promote a reading culture and provide opportunities for children who may not have their own books. World Book Day is celebrated every March 6th. April Book Virtual provide day the books and roses that began in the early 20th century. Today also aligns with the World Book Capital, an honor awarded each year to a city recognized for promoting books and reading. Additionally, it serves as a nod to Inga Garcilaso de la Vega, emphasizing the universal nature of literature. Books enrich our lives, foster education, and strengthen society. On this day, we celebrate not only books themselves, but also the book industry, publishers, and booksellers who make great reads accessible to all. World Book Day is an opportunity to introduce new books to students and celebrate past authors who have shaped our understanding of literature. School children often dress up as their favorite characters from books, and people are encouraged to donate to charities supporting children who can't afford books. While dressing up is a fun part of the World Book Day, the main goal is to encourage children to develop a passion for reading and explore the world of books available to them.
I'm Gode Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 13th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Sierra Leone. They're based in US. And most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that you know what boss said, it's beyond me, because the crowd we were expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use is not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset I was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajigule to Festac. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at Festac. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of Festac to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic, because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Media, everybody's equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we do in nominating our people on website. And we have our website. We advertise your name. If you are nominated, we throw it to the public. We started our nominations that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31 because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving an award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down and we did a lot of things to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because no seeing that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me because even my team, we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things what we have not done before because in every year of our awards, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. He now made it look so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me for UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believes in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And as young as them, when they brought the ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together, so if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it just depends on youth like us I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years because first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign. We cannot live without foreign things. So you don't expect quality leadership at this moment because we are not really electing the right leaders in the right positions. If, for example, the last elections, Nigerians came out and vote. If our votes are counted, Nigeria can decide that this is the person we want. If you make any mistake, we'll tell you, go out of the leadership. But it's not like that. So it will take some years because the system has impoverished, have made many people poor. So when they see money, they can say anything. They can support anybody they like. But I'm praying that by God's grace in my generation and other generations coming, they should also look at how you as a youth must be self-employed. Self-employed means that you should, when you see something that is wrong, say it out. Even though somebody is paying you salary, tell the person this thing is wrong. So if we're able to have such leaders in place, Nigeria will have a better leadership, but it will take years. First of all, you must be educationally equipped. The level we have now, we're in the social media era. Social media can teach you good, bad, ugly, and so on. You can expose yourself to many training, skills. The reason why our youth remain where we are not ready to learn. We know it all. We have a lot of youth. At this age, I've written over 14 books. And this time around, my books sold so much in this the program where people want to read. I was surprised that Nigerians are still reading, despite the hardship. So people want to read, people want to learn, people want new things. So I'm advising the youth now, try to be self-independent, have integrity, build yourself for tomorrow. Don't allow any political leader to take you unaware. So if we can build ourselves, I'm telling you, the future is bright for the youth.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she will go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She will learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learns a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijoade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monument Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchant Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15th July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and so I call myself a pseudo politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio till 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence slightly just before us. And Nkrumah Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well, and that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan, and then he went back into private legal practice, and then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement, and then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created, and that's it.
That was about mommy?
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class offer. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics, and the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law, and there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So it felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter, and it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people who were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that in the interim while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, we had a meeting with NBG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where we share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before me is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State, and he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali Sam is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali Sam. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our grandmom has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discuss challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption, because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reached out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs, and we issued about 188 press releases. And also the commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms, and also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discuss it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also eliciting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the proceeds of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the proceeds of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that will be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira, and so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the result, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have given it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its grades in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint taken for us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible and efficient in approaching all issues that are taken before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now recently we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You also, the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor. If there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area that we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in the office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in, and in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I have the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover, or professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we will keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our, try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever works within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also we will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raise about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was attorney general. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I do not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges, no. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue. As a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption. When you take him to court, it will take many years, and before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provide that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer will secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the threat. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. These are areas where there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement being raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too, because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But we know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption, and it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities, MLA, other things that will be frustrated, because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that like I keep on saying a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best, and we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the process of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, you are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And even I will say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I will not go to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on the issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of process of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us have an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree, there are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I also commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where his pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Further, you have this advice, you can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises of course the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news, also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will follow your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I said to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court is because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I am doing. And also God knows what I am doing, and also know my ability, because anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, all these things. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say on other issue which like the president said that the lecture you gave us and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the constitution is structured in such a way that the chapter 2 it is left in such a way that is you the leader that should strive to ensure that chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think out of the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there are certain things that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living very larger life, that's why people will keep on prioritizing. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man, he has finished house already, he has an old car up to now. So people are even look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
I would say he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even though they are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at a point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can speak, talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the football federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content, and you post it and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, Anywhere, all of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money. From telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league, then they will tell them who will watch Nigerian league. I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. And some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began her career with Nigerian Bottle Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the world of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyemika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyemika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebodi, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyemika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyemika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyemika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyemika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyemika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyemika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD, Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyemika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're learning what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person, today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay, you spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyemika Adeboye sits on the Board of Trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyemika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyemika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the Board of Trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyemika is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyemika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyemika admits her faith-based values, which bothers and integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well. To your best, Again, Mr. Oshika talked about it. To the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, I said be ready to make sacrifices, but be mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. When you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
The much anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, to the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
The second speaker, Emeka Anslem, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. See, like it's going to learn again while others teach. Then when you come back, come back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways to graduate to become an effective leader, productive, produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what? Your kind.
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message as leadership is influence. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this a lot. The role of social media. There are people as a leader, you need to be cautious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went to that handsome man on Portable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say I'm a coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to.
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. You know, it was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful I'm here today. This is the best use of my time today.
I had to realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share a vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing, they'll be able to replicate.
Basically, for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. Like, I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM. The station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
It is the world news on Souq News Television, and we are reaching you live from our studios where we bring you global business, economy, and developmental stories making the headline. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Now, the capital markets CBK engages banks to reform loan pricing models. The Central Bank of Kenya has initiated discussions with commercial banks to revamp loan pricing models, aiming to enhance transparency and affordability for borrowers. Governor Dr. Kamal Thugi emphasized the need for a more predictable leading framework amid fluctuation interest rates and economic uncertainties. The conversation focused on aligning lending rates with market conditions while ensuring banks maintain profitability. Analysts believe the proposed changes could boost credit accessibility for businesses and individuals struggling with high borrowing costs. Market watchers expect the Central Bank of Kenya to introduce new policies that balance financial stability and consumer protection. The banking sector awaits further details on potential regulatory adjustments that may redefine Kenya's credit landscape. Now, Kenya's treasury has been forced to settle a 19 billion Kenyan shillings defaulted loan on behalf of Kenyan Airways as banks pressured the government to honor its guarantees. The national carrier, struggling with financial instability, had failed to meet its repayment obligations. The default highlights the airline's ongoing liquidity crisis despite previous bailout efforts. The government intervention raises concerns over sustainability of Kenya's Airways and its operations and its impact on public finances. Now, South Africa's current account deficit signaling narrowed to 31.6 billion rands in the fourth quarter of 2024, down from 55.6 billion rand in the previous quarter. The improvement was driven by a stronger trade surplus supported by increased export growth. According to South African Reserve Bank, the overall deficit for 2024 also declined compared to 2023. Analysts attribute this trend to favorable commodity prices and improved global demand for South African exports. Economic experts believe the narrowing deficit could ease pressure on the rand and reduce external vulnerabilities. However, sustained improvements will depend on maintaining export momentum and managing import costs effectively. Now, Revenue of Public Health advocates are urging Finance Minister Enoch Gogongwana to increase the sugar tax and expand it to fruit juices. Over 100 healthcare workers and organizations argue that the move could generate at least 8.6 billion rands annually while curbing sugar-related diseases. The petition, signed by groups like Priceless SA and Rural Health Advocacy Project, follows the government's decision to scrap a planned tax hike on sugary drinks. Experts believe raising the levy could support public health initiatives and reduce the burden of non-communicable diseases. Supporters of the tax argue that it would encourage healthier consumption habits and boost health care funding. However, industry players want that it could impact jobs in the sugar sector, raising concerns about economic consequences. Now, South Africa banking giant First Rand Limited posted a 10% increase in first half earnings, reaching 20.9 billion rand. The growth was driven by strong top-line performance and improved credit outcomes, particularly in its Southern African and UK markets. The bank also declared an interim dividends of 219 cents per share, up from 200 cents last year. Its credit loss ratio stood at 84 basis points, surpassing expectations, while net interest income rose by 4% due to loan and deposit growth. First Round's diversified portfolio, including the FNB, RNB, and West Bank and Aldermore, contributed to its positive financial results with continued credit strength. The group remains optimistic about sustaining earning momentum in the coming quarters, according to reports. Now, Africa Oil Corporation is set to double its production in Nigeria after finalizing its full acquisition of Prime Oil and Gas Net Tuesday, the 11th of March. The deal will boost the company's reserves and liquidity while increasing its output to around 35,000 barrels per day from deep water fields operated by Total Energies and Chevron. With low production costs of $100 per barrel and the premium pricing advantage over Brent crude oil, African Oil expects strong profitability. The company also plans new drilling projects to sustain production while focusing on long-term expansion in Namibia's Orange Basin. Though its 40% stake in Impact Oil and Gas, Africa Oil has exposure to Namibia's Venus discovery, where Total Energies expects a final investment decision by 2026. The company aims to use steady Nigerian cash flow to support future Namibian growth as the country prepares to become an oil exporter. This is World News on Souq News Television. Still ahead, UAE, Saudi to lead $25 billion sustainable bond issuance. Please do stay with us. Now, sustainable bond issuance in the Middle East are projected to hit $18.23 billion in 2025, with the UAE and Saudi Arabia contributing about 60% according to S&P Global Ratings. The region's sustainable bonds now account for over 25% of corporate and financial institutions' issuance, far surpassing the global average of 9%. Despite a slowdown in 2024 due to rising interest rates and post-COP28 adjustments, sustainable Souq volume reached $7.9 billion, with Saudi Arabia leading. The UAE saw a 28% drop in green bond issuance to $7.4 billion, while Saudi Arabia's issuance declined by 27% to $5.6 billion. S&P expects new sustainable bond types, including blue and transition bonds, to emerge as the region tackles water scarcity and hydrocarbon dependence. Energy remains the dominant sector for green bond financing, but interest is growing in logistics, real estate, and tourism. Now, Saudi Arabia has established the Saudi Investment Marketing Authority to enhance foreign direct investment and support the national investors. Minister of Investment Khalid Al-Falil stated that the authority will market investment opportunities across various sectors, leveraging advanced technologies and global partnership. The initiative aligns with the Vision 2030, aiming to diversify the economy and create quality jobs. The authority will highlight Saudi Arabia's competitive advantages, including its strategic location, modern infrastructure, and attractive regulatory environment, with a focus on industries like technology, tourism, and renewable energy. The authority seeks to position Saudi Arabia as a global investment hub. Al-Falil emphasized that the move will strengthen economic growth and improve knowledge transfer in the kingdom. Now, India eyes a long-term phosphate with Togo, and the country said that its chemicals Tancor is in advanced talks for a 3-year agreement to import 250,000 metric tons of rock phosphate annually from Togo's Société Nouvelle des Phosphates du Togo. If finalized, this will mark India's first long-term fertilizer supply deal with the West African nation. The move aligns with India's strategy to secure stable fertilizer supplies amid global price volatility. India firms have increasingly sourced rock phosphate from Togo, with import rising 30% year-on-year to 1.1 million tons in the last fiscal year. Negotiations between the FACT and the SNPT have settled all terms except pricing, which will be reviewed quarterly. The agreement reflects India's push to diversify its fertilizer supply chain to support its vast agricultural sector, which contributes 15% to its $2.7 trillion economy. Now, the Asian stock tariff concerns. The euro strengthens Asian stocks surged as U.S. President Donald Trump temporarily exempted some automakers from tariffs on Canada and Mexico, calming trade tensions. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index climbed 1.2%, with Hong Kong Hang Seng jumping nearly 3% to a 3-year high. Meanwhile, German bond yields spiked after coalition talks signaled a potential fiscal policy shift, pushing the euro to a 4-month high ahead of the ECB's expected rate cut. Investors anticipate a further market shift as global trade policies evolve. Now, the Dutch bank spending shift shares have soared 17% over 2 days following a majority policy shift by German political leaders to boost military and economic growth. The stock rose by 4.9% on Thursday, marking its biggest 2-day gain since 2011, as investors responded positively to the new spending plans. The surge comes after an initial drop of 7.5% earlier in the week, triggered by concern over a global tariff war. Dutch bank stock has now climbed 37% in 2025, outperforming broader European banking sector, which has gained 26% so far. This rally aligns with a broader market reaction to Germany's €500 billion spending shift aimed at revitalizing infrastructure and defense. Analysts see this as a significant turning point for both Dutch bank and the German economy, boosting investors' confidence in the financial sector. Now, still in the news, German millionaires relocate to UAE amid uncertainty. Do stay with us.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Now, a rising number of German millionaires are eyeing the UAE due to Europe's political and economic instability. A survey by Arton Capital found that 37% of high net worth individuals are considering emigration, with the UAE ranking among top destinations for its business-friendly environment and strong passport ranking. Political tensions, immigration concerns, and rising taxes are key factors pushing wealthy Germans to leave. The UAE's Golden Visa program tax benefits makers makes it an attractive option, especially for those in healthcare, real estate, and finance. With global wealth migration increasing, nations are competing to attract the rich. The UAE's investor-friendly policies strengthen its position as a top destination for high net worth individuals seeking stability and opportunity. Now, Japanese retail giant 7&I Holdings has announced a major restructuring, including appointing its first foreign chief executive officer, Stephen Dacus, and launching a 2 trillion yen share buyback to counter a $47 billion takeover bid from alimentation couch Todd. The company also plans to list its North American conveniences store business by 2026 and has agreed to sell its superstore unit to Bain Capital for $5.5 billion. Dacus, who previously held executive roles at Walmart and Fast Retailing, emphasized its commitment to expanding 7&I's fresh food offering in the United States while addressing investor concern over its capital allocation. The restructuring aims to strengthen the company's market value and maintain independence amid ongoing takeover interests. Following the announcement, 7&I stock surged 6.1%, signaling investor confidence in the company's strategic shift. However, analysts said that the restructuring may not fully deter Couch Todd's bid as the divestitures leave 7&I focused on its core confidence store operations, exactly what the Canadian suitor wants. Now, Syria has received a second shipment of locally printed currency from Russia, signaling a continued financial support for the country's new rulers. The cash arrived in Damascus on Wednesday and was transported to the central bank, easing months of liquidity shortages that have pressured the Syrian economy. The shipments are crucial as Syria struggles with a declining currency and economic instability following the ousting of Bashar al-Assad in December. Analysts suggest that the Russian cash infusion has contributed to the Syrian pound's recent appreciation on the black market. Despite these developments, the country's economic outlook remains uncertain. A promised 400% public sector salary increase is yet to materialize, and ambiguity over the United States sanctions and foreign financial support adds to the economic strain. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump has granted a one-month exemption from the 25% auto tariffs imposed on Canada and Mexico, provided the automakers to comply with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. This decision led to a stock market rebound, with General Motors and Ford shares rising by 7.2% and 5.8% respectively, though uncertainty remains over the long-term trade policies. Despite the temporary relief, Trump remains firm on trade restrictions, linking the tariffs to efforts to curb fentanyl smuggling from Canada and Mexico. Its phone call with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau ended on a cautious note, with Canada considering scaling back its retaliatory tariffs if the United States reduces some of its own. The tariffs have disrupted North American supply chains, potentially increasing vehicle prices by $3,000 to $7,000. Mexico's state-owned oil company, Pemex, is already exploring alternative markets in Asia and Europe, signaling broader economic consequences if trade tensions escalate. Now, it's World Book Day. Books open doors to imagination, knowledge, and endless possibilities. Today, as the world marks the World Book Day, it's not just about celebrating great authors, but also about inspiring a new generation of readers. Let's take a closer look at how this global event is making an impact in this report.
Reading is a vital part of development. It offers benefits such as an increased vocabulary, heightened empathy, and increased concentration, all of which make it essential for children. Thankfully, a day has been set aside to promote a reading culture and provide opportunities for children who may not have their own books. World Book Day is celebrated every March 6th, although it was originally celebrated on April 3rd. But the date was moved to avoid conflict with the Easter holiday and the absence of children from school. UNESCO officially established World Book Day in 1995 to recognize the power of books for cultural exchange and social advancement. World Book Day commemorates the anniversary of the death of two influential literary figures, William Shakespeare and Miguel de Cervantes, who are traditionally observed to have died on this date in 1616. UNESCO officially established World Book Day in 1995 to recognize the power of books for cultural exchange and social advancement. World Book Day commemorates the anniversary of the death of two influential literary figures, William Shakespeare and Miguel de Cervantes, who are traditionally observed to have died on the date in 1616. Today is also significant in Catalonia, Spain, where it coincides with Dia del Libro, or Book Day, a tradition involving the exchange of books and roses that began in the early 20th century. Today also aligns with the World Book Capital, an honor awarded each year to a city recognized for promoting books and reading. Additionally, it serves as a nod to Inga Garcilaso de la Vega, emphasizing the universal nature of literature. Books enrich our lives, foster education, and strengthen society. On this day, we celebrate not only books themselves, but also the book industry, publishers, and booksellers who make great reads accessible to all. World Book Day is an opportunity to introduce new books to students and celebrate past authors who have shaped our understanding of literature. School children often dress up as their favorite characters from books and people are encouraged to donate to charities supporting children who can't afford books. While dressing up is a fun part of the World Book Day, the main goal is to encourage children to develop a passion for reading and explore the world of books available to them.
We'll bring you sports news in a moment. Do join us again. Now, FIFA has announced a record-breaking $1 billion prize pool for the upcoming 2025 Club World Cup, set to be hosted in the United States. The revamped tournament will feature 32 teams from across the globe and is expected to generate $2 billion in revenue, with FIFA President Gianni Infantino stating that all earnings will be distributed among participating clubs. Despite the financial boost, FIFA's expansion plan has sparked controversy, particularly in Europe, where concerns over player welfare and an overcrowded football calendar persist. The tournament will be held across 11 United States cities, with the final taking place at the MetLife Stadium, also the venue for the 2026 World Cup final. Now that's it with the world news. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SouqNewsTelevision.com. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass, and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty what they say, gold leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke, and he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped, because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it, and Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital, and Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu. we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money into it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question. But I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people. Because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates. So your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I don't put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important, like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's river side, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays. And Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sport. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather. Growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show today, we have another special guest, like we always do every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So, it's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but I'll let him do it. He's none other than Komi Flame. Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
All of this mess I've been on down. Red on my car on it, go far, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, every go be about but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hats open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of it, this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking
in this part of the world. Right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church, and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
So you played, like my friend would say, you played by hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church, and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. In this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. So I saw him doing the busking, and I told myself, not be the same guitar way I did play with this. So I saw him doing it, and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. So I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing there, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with?
Yeah.
What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alexi. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
He
it's
just
just no. He still do music. Just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy. So anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, again, maybe to chase other things. It's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever.
Yeah.
But so how? So you saw Alexi and you said this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art.
That boldness no fully come. Come like immediately. Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing. I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, he's my boss, so I respect him up till date. But the way I've pushed my own busking,
obviously that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi. You're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you. So where are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. On the island, at malls.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Sule, the mall at Novare, around Shangutedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay, that's where the people will
yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. I do Oshodi too sometimes. I do Sulere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Most times I go to the island.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no, I can't really say it.
Come on, friend, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, well, I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So, how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth, though.
Any of the malls. Let's see. Should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information is privileged information, as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So busking on the streets, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10k to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Okay, because it can be good today and tomorrow is gonna be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently frequently is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall. And Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall. But I do Palms more frequently. You get me? For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate why I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate and they always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Correctly,
they are staying away from the money.
No, not the money, boss. Correctly, yeah. For Palms Mall, yeah, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point. Yeah, where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, once you come play for this person, I'm always the first person they call.
So you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say you come and play on the bed for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole banner.
Sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too, so I just
so you just come through.
And we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to.
Because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
The parking lot.
Not at the parking.
Outside the compound.
Outside the compound.
How? There's a specific place because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front. Yeah, the small gate.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I send letters to them like thrice and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. Mm-hmm. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and I get
the power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find at seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I go
else.
It's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done.
I got those.
They've been responding to you and they said no. Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi or Bali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and start to play?
I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come, what to do.
If I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. And I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time I don't speak, I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar.
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just liked the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home, so it's like a decorative piece, right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played, and you played by ear, and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Combo Flames does.
Happiness for me. Say I never call you it. But I hope that you are heard. I hope you're my answer. Every day I dey pray for you. Make me Papa God bless you. So I don't forget you. So I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up for me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend. You London shoulder. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I do not for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for that. I there for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. I because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I'd like to say something like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money, because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, yeah, someone in the bus paid for my transport because he just saw me. I got a new guitar and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport and he told me, "Yeah, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show." And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. Yeah, I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But up till now, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. Yeah, but he said something and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah,
to events and stuff.
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time. Yeah, and in as much as police might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one goes. Next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker. Not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, you get, there should be I should be willing to see you again, you get. So it takes a lot of work, you get, so that it does not get
to keep upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay, so it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube, because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People
that sing,
that does busking abroad. They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the street.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job to do it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that I know creatives are crazy people. Passionate people are crazy people, right? So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the street, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't really care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket. But you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was showing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came. She looked at him. She got out her phone. She recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give. Next thing, she walks up. She walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug. Gives him a tight hug and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly. He might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer.
Those ways. True.
He has just done something.
Wow. Komi Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
Hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right. Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within. Sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you. And people are waiting to see you manifest, So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
I write my songs. I'm working on them, but currently.
But you just write because busking will not give you time.
No, busking. Of course, I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded.
I do. It's not currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle. You never tell me start to the fight. I know go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she no too tall for you. She's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. No. So many girls on my phone, but now you dey cross my home. Been through so much pain, it's done to my soul. Yeah. Baby, you're the one for me.
You're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade for you. I feel to pile up a picnic for you. Oh baby, you're the one for me. Oh baby, you're not here.
Daniel Ahanji,
Yes, sir.
popularly known as Komi Flames. Thank you so much for being
Yes,
on
sir.
Inside Life. Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings, and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Hanson Ba. Bye for now.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another describe him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities is either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cousins PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also has some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in from 1958 to 1961. Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013. When revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged, Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as Chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a Director in Ashaka Cement, and a Director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, and also he's been a Director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He is a Fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, Fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and Fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed Chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodo was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodo is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He has also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many or otherwise could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodo, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Bobagunwa of Henry Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Osogbo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba I of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodo is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Ola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee EAC of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Ola Babalola Jamodu.
Just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.